attendees, eventually. Cheers, everybody. Tis but to scratch. The big news this week is, of course, this flushed emoji. What the hell? I see some people using it in the chat. What in the world? Cheers. A cheers to Ryan Cohen. We got that going for us, which is nice, right? No, but seriously, so we're watching the price action, right? Price action kind of stabilized. You kind of had that the mid-13 level that was holding, but this is the big news of the week right here. What is this? I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know what this is. But I ain't wearing glasses tonight because I'm holding back tears. I'll tell you that much because I'm okay. I thought this was constructive action. Is it? Well, I didn't really want to show off this one. Whoa, is this the one? Let me, on the intraday, there's too much going on in the intraday. But look at this on the daily. I felt as though this price action is holding up okay. I'll get into that more later. And then you had the whole readout, which we were doing real time that day. Thank you, everybody, for sharing all your analysis at that time. I know a lot of people had lots of opinions on different types of things. We'll get into that. There's many of them I agree with, some of which I kind of disagree with. Some takes I'm seeing out there, so I'll get into that. But then, of course, that next day, it had just so happened. So you see what Ryan Cohen's retweeting, right? It had just so happened, many people had seen this, right? But I had tweeted out, this, a lot of it's Jim Cramer, right? I had retweeted out being like, whoa, wait a second here. And the reason I did this, the day before, I had seen this one too. So this is Jake. I don't know Jake, but I track some of his stuff. He usually has some good research out there, and so he's got a lot of followers and everything. But I saw this and I thought, whoa, this is kind of the prevailing take out there that like GameStop is just one of these just foolish kind of just stocks that are just going bangbusters and it doesn't deserve to, right? And I'm like, oh, that's the wrong story, right? That's not it. This is the story that continues to remain pervasive out there. And wait a second. Hey, is the Owl Gang in the house tonight? Because here's what. Oh, sorry, I got to interrupt myself. Look at this. I got the Owl Gang. Cheers to the Owl Gang and stock twits. When I seen this shit, I'm like, oh, I'm getting that this week. I mean, I'm definitely getting that, no doubt about that. So, cheers to the Owl Gang if y'all in here tonight. Sorry, I just looked down at my beer. I'm like, oh, I got to give a shout out to them. But so I saw this. I'm like, oh wow. So, folks out there still kind of getting the wrong story, and there was not much to here. But I thought when you read that, I thought, wow. I was just thinking to myself, like, whoa, here it is, December 2020, and we've shared a lot of our research, have opinions as to why GameStop's rising, and many of us believe it's legitimate, of course, myself included. And I'm thinking, oh, that's not really the right take. And then shortly after, or the next day, I can't remember, you saw this Jim Cramer thing, and so I retweeted the same thing, like, whoa. Obviously, he's going to have a ton of followers, so many people following Jim Cramer, and I'm like, damn. He's even saying this blockbuster stuff still. I know he's not, many folks aren't digging deep into this, right? And so they'll just do that. Hey, here's the story, and people will click because it's a popular, it's become its own meme, effectively, and I thought, whoa, I had the same reaction. I'm like, whoa, okay, so people and everyone's going to click this and blah, blah, blah. And then wouldn't you know, shortly after that, Ryan Cohen, he retweets it too with his first tweet. Wasn't it like his first tweet since, his first tweet ever? Most of them just retweeting on articles. So, I mean, that was a riot, right? I was like laughing my ass off at the time. And what does that mean? What is the flushed emoji, right? If you hover over it in Twitter, I think. Watch this. Oh, I thought if you hover over it. No, I thought it did. It could have sworn it did it earlier. Wait, let me keep it there a little bit longer. I don't know. But it was like, what does that mean? I don't know. Hold on. Is that going over there? I got the connection thing there. And so lots of people talking about that. And then I got this. And then we'll get into a whole bunch of the takes that I'm seeing. People's responding to Q3 earnings. Most notably is that at the money offering, which I continued to believe, many folks are deriving the wrong story from that. I had said that night that I felt as though people were overweighting what's transpiring there, and as it turned out, it blew up. It blew up even a bit more than I was expecting it would, and I didn't think it deserved as much attention as it was getting. It's notable. It should be discussed. We're analyzing it, but I thought the whole Ryan Cohen angle, and as to it being a reflection of like management not executing properly, whatever. I thought that was way overdone. I still think that right now, but we'll get more into that in a bit later. And so I pulled up some tweets here. So like right here, Maven Fun saying they're not raising money right now. This gives them the optionality if there's an opportunity to do so. And did I bring up a whole bunch? Yes, so I brought up a whole bunch of them, right? So thank you, cheers to everyone who's tweeting stuff out, right? You're saving me, like I just like it and retweet, like bringing them up. I'm like, oh, this is great. I can just bring this up during the stream and we can talk about it. It's great. And so similarly, CVC research saying how people may be slightly misinterpreting, how it gives them the flexibility and stuff. That's my big thing. And there was one more that was kind of talking about this, the shelf offering, meaning they have the ability to sell the shares and it's in their back pocket. Blah, blah, blah. And then this, Brent here talking about if there is a squeeze opportunity, right? So it's not definitely clear what exactly their intent is. It could be they too are just playing the different probabilities out there. But the most important thing is that it has provided them some flexibility. What I find most curious is the dollar amount at $100 million. It seems like if I were in their situation, I would bump that up to be a bit larger of a dollar amount. But here's the most important takeaway is that it's some flexibility. They specifically say in the conference call it's not intended to pay off the debt. They keep it very general, which is what they should do. But it could be that now, hey, they've showcased to the. Remember when we talked about I definitely said this the other day because remember we talked about over the summer. Hey, what's a reason you might not execute or exhaust the buyback authorization because you want to maintain that strong balance sheet in the perspective of lenders, in the perspective of vendors. You want to make sure you have the supply, the inventory, blah blah blah. You want to make sure like everything's good to go. So same thing on a financing standpoint. We know they have debt coming due. What if their plans are to refinance or you know what I mean? Like if there's anything along those lines, and just like we just want to prove to the folks out there that hey, we could raise this $100 million in a pinch if we wanted to, just to put everyone at ease. That's like at $100 million, that has to be like the base case. You know what I mean? It gives them flexibility. They showcase that if they had to, they could in a pinch. If their store in the downside, it could be like if their stores are closed and they just needed that extra $100. You know what? Like that. You know me with the downside protection. If I'm really trying to protect that downside, I love that optionality. I love that flexibility. I'm of the opinion that they should have had this already. I really like that stuff. Always have it on the books. And so what if they did this 6 months ago and then it's like kitchen sink type stuff, right? Just get it out there and then you have the flexibility. So that's one thing, the timing. But even the dollar amount, like I would have been okay, 200 million, 300 million, like I'm okay with that. Maybe there's some nuance there that I can't appreciate from the outside, that you kind of one of those trust management with that dollar amount figure. I don't know. But I like that option. And then you have this one right here on the squeeze. Just imagine. I'm not saying that this is likely or anything like that, but if you're a management team, and if this were me too, I always want as much optionality as I am allowed to have. And if I'm still seeing that short interest where it is, and I see the Ryan Cohen stuff happen, I'm like, yo, give me that at the money offering, because if this stock price does run to 25, 30, 35, whatever, I want to issue that shares. And that's what I'm saying. Like I would have been okay with 200 million, 300 million, like, even if that's not the base case. But I'm saying focus on the downside. Here are some downside reasons they might want to have that at the money shelf offering. Think of the upside. And then assign probabilities accordingly. But that's what I'm saying, this general optionality. And that's it. Move on. The thwarting Ryan Cohen stuff, I feel as though that's overblown. Like I said the other night during the stream, it would have been, you just adopt the poison pill. And maybe the market is pissed at that and the stock sells off. Okay, but that's the way you'd go about that. You don't make it so complex. If people disagree with this, let me know. I'm curious to see people's take, because this seemed to be a pervasive opinion out there, and I was kind of surprised. But it was funny because we talked about that. I'm like, I think a lot of people are going to run with that at the money offering. And so that was the big thing. But otherwise, I was saying this in one of the tweets is that, but wait, was there other stuff I wanted to bring up here? Oh, the Nintendo Switch was the biggest seller in November. Huh? You talking about all year long? Xbox, PS5, like the Nintendo Switch is sold the most in November. This actually speaks to the next aspect of the supply issue, right? So maybe November's not as strong, partly because they just they had inadequate inventory, right? I would say that there was even less inventory, or there was even less. It had more of an impact on GameStop in November than I was expecting. I would say that. But now, like I said, for the short term, that sucks if you're a short term investor in GameStop, because, like I said, if you're a longer term investor, it just gets spread out over more quarters. That's all that happens. It just gets spread out. And along those lines, I was like, all right, so November maybe wasn't quite as strong. Now it could be that December is a bit stronger, maybe January. Then think about Q1 and Q2. If this stuff starts getting spread out, and there's a tweet to this effect. Where is it? So cheers to Rod, updated his model. Thank you, Rod. And Rod, you just crushed it with this model. I've said this before, but Rod is always accepting feedback on this stuff and tweaking, and that's how you get a robust model with this stuff, right? Is that you say, hey, here it is, and then Rod runs with it. So just cheers, Rod, on this. I like the And then Rod's like, hey, let's see, and I'll adjust based on the new information we get. Gets the new information from the conference call and from the readout, the quarterly readout. Boom, updates it, and now it's a more robust model, because before it was kind of speculation. How's this going to impact things and whatever? And it's still speculation, right? We're still trying to guesswork with the order flow, the online order flow and stuff, but. And then you kind of see how they did in Q3, because I know they were tracking that previously. It's like, okay, now we adjust accordingly. And then, if this is your latest run, I still see $3, which ain't bad. Like I said, for my model, $5, $4, even $3 is still good for someone like me. Other people might have a different thesis. That's cool. But I always love the iteration, the iterative approach to this shit. And then again, me was saying that same right here, right? That the supply is coming, but now you might get 1Q in 2Q that might be bumped up as a result of this. Like it gets staggered. Again, if you're a short-term investor, this type of stuff is difficult, because it's more of a risk to those folks, because it's like, I don't know what to tell you, because these are real risks. And then even store closures too. That's a legitimate risk, even with a longer-term time horizon. So those are things to keep your eye on. Was there other stuff here? Oh, I got this up for future reference in case we want to bring this up. Rod had tweeted that out. I know we talked about that a couple streams ago. But then the big thing, and then this price action. So price action for me, I find this. You call me biased. I don't give a shit. It's not it's not ideal. Ideal would be above 20. Ideal pops on earnings, right? Come on, I'm not crazy. But I just think that if you have such a high level of in the bear thesis, right, such that you're willing to have such a super high short interest, I try to put myself in the opposite viewpoint as to my own with the bullish thesis, and I think you really wanted a much stronger pullback. Maybe you get it next week, right? I'd say if we're below 13, if we're down at the bottom of this box next week, like let's say a week from today, if we're down at the bottom of this box, that would kind of suck, and my bullish tilt, I'd say, well, that was wrong. But I'm still kind of like, well, let's see. Q2, it looked wrong for a couple of days. Then it bounced back. Yes, there was some Ryan Cohen stuff. But if you think I care, I don't. But at the end of the day, what matters is that stock price. And so maybe something comes out next week and the stock price runs back above this box, and you say, well, it only happened because this. But I'm telling you, the market's predisposition appeared to be bullish. So let's see what happens. And so far, with that strong, that initial boom, boom, that first pullback, 20%? 20%, is that it? It sucks. I mean, it ain't 30%, it ain't 40%. And with my level of bullishness in this thesis, like, that's what I'm like, if that happens, then I'm like, oh shit, the market's willing to knock it down that much in such a short period of time on a quarterly readout that I didn't think was particularly bearish. It wasn't super bullish. I'm not saying that. Like I said the other day, I would have loved more talk, more upward talk of, hey, here's where we're headed and all that, blah, blah, blah. And we didn't get that, and I think that's kind of what's opened the door for Cohen a bit. But it didn't break the thesis, and many of us felt that way going into it. And so then I think, okay, let's see how the market digests it in light of this, because you got the fundamental analysis, which we did. That's but sometimes the market might have a different interpretation in the short term. The market's kind of okay with that. You didn't get that quick run up again, but boom, stops, and then I'm impressed that it's kind of holding that $13 level, higher lows this whole way up. And it's right back to that trend line, which has been, the trend line is, I believe, untouched. I don't think I've ever adjusted this trend line since October. This green trend line, and it's a nice roughly 45 degree. I don't know. I mean, I don't get a protractor. Does anyone here know what a protractor is? I don't get one out. I don't know, a compass or whatever we want to use. But it's a pretty decent trend line. It's been holding up there pretty well. And we're right at the 50-day moving average. I'm like, yo, yeah, it's a pullback, but it's okay. It's like the market's kind of like, all right, let's digest this. And I think if 20%, if that's it, I'm okay with that. And then we'll continually reassess. If we were down like 12 and 11, or I mean, if we were breaking 10, I would have been like, shit. I would have been like, oh man, the market's got a drastically different interpretation than me. But I think, and it just so happens, the market closed at, what is it, 13.49, did I say? You can see it right there. It's kind of small. Market closed at 13.49, follow Microsoft, and wouldn't you know, now we're hovering around that 13.50 still right now, and I just think market's kind of just waiting. Sometimes it's a volatile stock. There's heavy short interest. There's a lot of uncertainty. We got price targets that are all over the damn place. When you have that shit, it's gonna be a volatile stock. Expect it to bounce all over the place. But by and large, it's been 2 months since that October stuff, right? We're hovering around that mid-13 range. The market is kind of waiting for something more robust. And I just think, ask yourself, do you think the next 50% move in this stock is up or down? And when I have to make that forecast, I say up. I mean, I say from 13, it's more likely you're going to go to 20 than you're going to go to 7. Especially, I mean, you know what I mean? Like looking at where I think free cash flows are going to be in the over the next coming quarters. I think that it's more likely 50% is up. And so yeah, it says. So that I'm in the RSI too. Look at that RSI. It's not even oversold. It's not even oversold on the daily. It's right within that triangle. I didn't even adjust the green. I didn't adjust this RSI. I left that untouched. Sometimes you tweak, like you saw me tweet out that 5-minute chart. And props to the person who was like, isn't this extremely unreliable? Yes, it is. Yes, it is extremely unreliable. So cheers. It's big time unreliable. That's why I just say, hey, I don't have high conviction in this stuff. This is what I'm watching. And I had to adjust it lower. I had to adjust it lower today because it would even lower than that. No problem with that. I don't care. Just watch it. And then so I dropped it down. It retested those lows. I'm like, all right, so here's a possible range that I'm watching. This is what, 3 days? Who cares? It's 5 minutes stuff. But it got oversold a little bit today too, right? A little bit. Then it bounced back. But just watch it. Like that's what I think. I keep on thinking like if I had the wrong interpretation of the quarterly conference call, or if the thesis was broken, it should have been a stronger pullback. And maybe this sounds crazy to some folks, but if I'm on the opposite side of this trade, this makes me nervous. I know it sounds great because it's a 20% sell-off. They've been validated. I'm like, I don't think so. This is the time for it to sell off. You got that bearish shit. Here you go. Boom, knock it down, right? We've had a number of opportunities that second half of October, the market selling off. Boom! GameStop could have kept going. Didn't. It stopped out. Yes, it got hit. It took it on the chin. And it was down 30%, 40%. And you might argue that's a big move, but in the context of how quickly it had run up with everything going on, I think that's par for the course. It was kind of overbought and blah, blah, blah. And the market was down. That's okay. And each time, higher lows, higher lows. So I like this 13 level. I'm like, oh, that's nice. Ooh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Let's keep that going. Let's keep that going. And in the meantime, this is why I say, in the meantime, what's the incremental news going to come out that's going to be super bearish? What are you going to get? You just had that final quarter before the gigantic Q4, the biggest Q4 they're going to have in years. That was it. That was going to be that bad quarter. And wow, is it going to stop? Is it going to just stop right there? I'm like, all right, I'll take that. Because it could have. That's the thing. These things, like my opinion, the market doesn't give a shit about my opinion. And so I just think, yo, you want to be bearish? Boom, crank it down. So it stopped. For now, let's see what it does next week. But I'm telling you, if this thing pumps back up next week and we're back, if we break back above 15, above 16, that shit is bullish. That is extra bullish. If you get that sell-off following what many interpret as a bearish release, and it bounces back within a week, just like you saw in Q2, that's extra bullish. It's extra bullish. It's extra bullish. So keep an eye on that. Now, it could sell off. No problem. We'll reassess. We'll be like, damn, okay, the market did think that was more of a negative quarter than we thought. It's kind of giving back. Maybe the market sells off, takes it down with it. That's always an ongoing risk. I don't care what our analysis shows of the fundamentals. If the market sells off over the next 2 weeks, I don't be surprised to see it at the end of this box. Okay, get down to that $12, $11 range. You gotta factor that in. But otherwise, just keep an eye on that stuff. Then you get that. You get the Santa rally in December. Some of these small caps, they can start running. That's something to bear in mind. You kind of see the Russell 2000 kind of start to outperform S&P a bit. And you can see this December rally sometimes, and it's not uncommon, especially with those small caps. There's a whole number of reasons that might happen, but that would happen across. You saw it this week with some other stocks too, but that's something that could serve as a minor tailwind. But this is all kind of marginal stuff. I'm just saying, I find that the 3-day support, which is nothing, right? But it stopped in the mid-13s. I'm like, okay, that's okay. Because now I think the market is getting a sniff. The market's getting a whiff of what's coming Q4. Even if you disagree with Rod's take, if you agree with Rod's take, the market's gonna be like, are we about to get a $3 quarter? Are we gonna get a $3 quarter in Q4? Market's gonna kind of start pricing that in a bit more. I'm not sure this is fully priced. Even though we can all say, well, that's just one quarter. There's more quarters. There's secular long-term risk. Of course, I know that, right? Of course. Sometimes market doesn't give a shit. Or he's like, oh, is that what you're gonna? Is it gonna be a beat? Imagine if they beat and blah blah blah. But and so you could start seeing the market be like, all right, now the worst of the worst of the worst is behind us. They could still not beat or not meet expectations. It's definitely not going to happen. But now I think the market's kind of like, all right, so we'll see what happens. So that's the daily. If people, I'd be curious about people's takes on the daily. Right at the 50-day moving average. You know what I mean? It's like what a natural stopping point, especially in the middle of the box. 50-day moving average on the trend line, high or low. Boom. Don't make it more. In the RSI, not oversold in the day. Boom. That's it. That's my analysis, and then I move on. And then the weekly, which is a bit more meaningful. Time scale, I mean, when you start factoring in the longer-term time scales, they tend to carry a bit more weight. Boom, right at the 8-week moving average. You know when we saw this before? The second half of October. Boom, back to the 8-week moving average. And then we tracked it for 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks in a row. And then it popped. I mean, it didn't pop off of it, but it bounced back to the high end of the box. Boom, right back at it. That's natural. That's natural. I know a lot of people, hey, myself included, wanted to go boom, 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 stair step all the way through. I'll take that shit. But otherwise, it's chill. It's okay. But again, reassess. We'll reassess. You just keep an eye on this stuff. In the RSI, that's a healthy RSI. What is it? 58? No, it's cool. It's cool. And so I think the market might just be waiting for what's next. What's next? Is it going to be the holiday readout or could there be something before then? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the hell this means. I don't know what this shit means. I have no idea. But I do feel, though, that door's been open for them. I think that conference call left a lot to be desired on that upside, on the upside. Even if they're continue to execute on that nuts and bolts, I'm like, I think he needed a better story on this front. And we know he said in his letter, do I have it up? Sick! He mentioned 2020. I don't know. I don't want to read too much into this stuff. Don't read too much into this stuff, but it stuck out to us that day. The right steps in 2020. He could writes another letter, speaks out. Don't ask me. I don't know. I think as many bulls were a bit encouraged by that emoji. Like, okay, Ryan Cohen is like, he's seeing what we're seeing. He's seeing what we're seeing. And so what if I forget how I phrased it in the tweet, but I'm like, the market's kind of just waiting. We're back to where that Microsoft level was, mid-13s, kind of waiting for what is going to be that next sentiment shifting catalyst. Market, whatever it is that causes people to change their long-term outlook on this business model where they'll discount the probability of long-term secular risks in a terminal value of 0. It could come from anywhere. It could come from management announcing a new digital partnership. It could, you know what I mean? Like management could announce something, just like they did in the surprise the market follow with the Microsoft news announcement. Oh, by the way, that came less than a month after they announced Q2. Even that surprised. It was like, I was thinking at the time, if you did have some material partnership or something that you wanted to announce, you might announce it during the quarterly earnings call, and then they didn't, and they announced it weeks later. Now, I have no clue if they even have anything, but if they did, now that we've seen them do it before, maybe they do announce it in the future, and that causes people, whatever, maybe. So maybe they're going to announce something, and maybe that was part of the reason for the shelf offering too, that they know it's a big announcement. They saw what happened with Microsoft. Hey, let's get this optionality just in case. I don't know what's going to happen. And then, or Ryan Cohen. Well, Ryan Cohen announced something. The market's like, oh shit, he's taking over, and people, and then they start to believe, right? Most people don't believe. They don't believe. See the Kramer shit. See the short interest. No one really believes in that long-term stuff yet. No one with like substantial capital to start buying into the stock. So if something's on the horizon that could get them to believe, I don't know, but we'll have to see. Okay, I think that's it for the cheers, everybody. Happy Friday. Lots to discuss tonight, as always. Just so much to discuss. I'm very curious to hear about people's takes on everything that I just talked about. You know what I mean? This is my trying to form my own opinions, share them right up front here, and then if you're like, I disagree with Kitty, like with this or that, that's great. That's cool. Especially if I'm wrong about stuff, because I want to draw maybe not the right conclusions, but the most probabilistically high blah blah blah. All right, let's do this. Okay, oh shit. Okay. Hey, William, what's up? Eduardo, cheers, Eduardo. Oh shit, am I way behind? Oh shit, oh no. Okay. It looks like I'm okay. Hey, Robert, welcome back, Robert. Happy Friday. Smash that like button. Cheers, Uber. Cheers. Chris Roth, welcome back. Happy Friday, Chris. Rob Wolf, cheers. Making it tonight. Office is a good show, huh? I remember watching that shit in real time. That shit was dope. Especially those early seasons. TM, cheers. Welcome. People doing some serious... Okay, people sharing their DD and stuff, and yeah, mark it down. Okay, TM's cool with it. I'm cool with it too. So far, I'm cool with it. Zedian, welcome back. Cheers. Okay, it's continuing to digest that conference call. Cheers, Matt. Happy Friday, mate. Jorge, what's up? Jorge, what's up? Daily O'Brien. Oh, good use of that, Daily. I wish. Can I do it? I don't know how to do it. It's a very particular. I can't even do it. You know what I mean? Because you gotta get that flush face. What if I hover it here? Does that show flush? Man, I could have sworn. Cheers, Daily. Cheers. Oh shit, Uber, you're gonna be on a podcast? Sick. Mostly talking about GME. All right. Oh, if you got links, we'll have to keep an eye out for that on Monday. Oh shit. Okay, next week. Mostly talking GME. That's terrific. Uber, get it done. Getting that right story out there. I'm sure. Oh, so TM. So TM thinks that the money is sketchy. I don't think that. I mean, I'm not saying it definitely not, right? I don't know. But I don't think it is. I'm trying to think of a phrase. I don't think that it is, and but I share my thoughts. I'll keep going. Rigo, welcome back. Welcome back. Happy Friday, Dr. Crit. Cheers. Rigo's got it too. Is it it's flat, right? Yeah, it's just a flat. You'd think I would know. Remember, you see the Watchman, right? As soon as I saw the smiley, I'm like, yo, I gotta toss that in the Watchman shit, no doubt. Oh, damn. Oh, okay, so here we go. Matt on the opposite side. Matt's saying the more I think about the shelf, the more I think it may be telling us Sherman & Bell are confident the share price is going higher, despite their knowing the market was likely to react negatively. So cheers to that. So same thing. I don't know, but that needs to be factored into our mental models here, where they're not dumbos. They're not dummies. They just... and I was saying this over the past year too, specifically with regard to the buybacks, but with many other things as well, is that they're not totally oblivious to this stuff. I think that's a mistake to think that not just this management team, but other management teams, sometimes they make bona fide screw-ups, right? It happens. But in a situation like this, again, where I feel as though they've been executing fairly well on that nuts and bolts stuff over the past 18 months, let's start with the initial assumption that it was deliberate and they knew what they were doing and they were doing it for a reason, whether it's downside or upside. If the upside could be that they think the price is going to run and they want to be opportunistic and take advantage of that, get a quick $100 million out there, and that's good capital allocation. That's smart to do. In fact, if I'm running GameStop, I want that optionality to perpetuity. I always want to have that. This is why. You hear me talk about Musk with Tesla. He's got to will that shit to succeed. He's increasing the chances of it succeeding by doing what they're doing. Here's a quick $5 billion raise. Here's another $5 billion raise. I don't give a shit what you think. Get that capital. Especially if the stock price is elevated. Now, a critique of that would be, well, the stock price isn't elevated right now. But they've made it clear that I don't even think they're gonna. I'm not even leaning toward they're going to do anything with it, right? That's kind of like my base case. But if it does rise, then it will look brilliant. Just like when everyone was critiquing their shot, maybe not people on the stream, but a year ago, everyone was shitting on them for the buybacks. Check the conference calls, kind of ripping them to shreds. Oh, here's a company that's going into secular decline, buying back. These idiots. Google them. You will find the articles. They abound. And now look, they look like geniuses. They look brilliant. How funny it is that such sentiment can change over 12 months. This is what I mean. They knew what they were doing. And I think the assumption should be, all right, they know what they're doing here. And if they do know what they're doing, what are they doing? You know what I mean? So start with that. And then if we say, but let's say that they're making a mistake, and then why do we think they're making a mistake? So I don't know, Matt, but I'm at least factoring that into my model of shit. Maybe they're doing this shit on purpose, and they think that the stock price could rise. They saw what a Microsoft announcement did. Granted, we're at a larger market cap now, blah, blah, blah. Even still, it's good to have that. And in that light, I keep on thinking, couldn't have been higher, but I don't know. Oh, Rigo agrees with that. Okay. Talking the podcast sick. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep an eye out for that. I'm sure it'll be shared out there. JG, welcome, JG. What's up? Polygon, welcome back, Polygon. Cheers, mate. Polygon. If Polygon saw that 5-minute chart today, I'm in trouble. Polygon definitely gonna call me out today. Or beep beep boop 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 boop. So I saw some people talking about the shorts, but I didn't see. We did see the short interest rose. That's right. I forgot to bring that up. I tweeted that out, but it rose through November, whatever it was, late November. So it's up, and maybe it rose again. I don't know. My base case is always just it's in that ballpark, but I think that's what I mean. Oh, it's getting so high. I mean, then you're betting on a weak holiday read. You're continuing to bet on continued weak performance, continued underperformance. All right, that's reasonable, but it needs to be really, really strong underperformance to warrant that level of short interest, and that's why I feel as though that it should have sold off more. It should have sold off more. We'll see what the latest is. When we'll get it. Well, good. It's going to include. The next update we get is going to be in 2 weeks or so, and it's going to include this sell-off. We'll see. I did see some of those assumptions that who was it? Was Rod sharing them out there? I did see that, thinking that they're still elevated or even increased, but I think they're running out of shares to show. Oh, I have this up. We saw the borrow rate going all over the place. Look at that borrow rate getting up there, huh? Up to it was briefly above 80 again. Just as just a proxy. If you check out individual brokers, you'll see lower rates out there. It's just the takeaway from here is not so much the rate specifically, but the trend that it is rising, right? And I think that would be the trickle down, is that the rate is rising, and but reminder, it was super crazy high back in March and May. Was it April? Was it May too? April and May, super crazy high. And what happened? It didn't go crazy or anything like that. Be prepared for that again where it doesn't happen. But when you're starting to see it elevate, and now we're above where it hit in September. If this is accurate, I'm just kind of assuming it's accurate. Now we're getting above that. It's like, okay, what's going on here? Something? I don't know. But definitely worth keeping an eye on. But the price action since then, I saw some people talking about the shorts having an impact on the stock price. But if they are, they're not doing a good job because it's stabilized. Stock price, it didn't do anything. It had the initial sell-off, which can always be. It's important not to think that it's all shorts driving this stuff. That's overthinking it. There were longs who were once again, just like Q2, betting on a short squeeze type stuff, very short-term type stuff. And when they don't get that big surprise, they sell off. Or they're betting on that short term. Look, it broke out. It was bullish. You saw me tilt bullish. People betting on that, and then you don't get that big thing. Boom, sell off. Marginals. It's only 20%. It's maybe for other stocks that's a big deal, but not for GameStop. So anyway, I just think that the whole short type stuff, they're not, if they're trying to control stuff, they're not doing a good job, or they just don't have the effect that maybe some people are. I think it's staying right in that range, that you had that boom right there, and it's kind of stayed right there this whole time. So there hasn't been anything that's happened since. Oh, what was the volume today? Oh, that's not that much volume. Shh. It's not that much. 7? 24. 7 both days? Oh. 7 both days? That's not that much. I missed that. So much stuff to be reading and everything, right? I don't think that's that much. I know, that's my opinion. Given the circumstances, I don't think it's that much. Well, today is the second lowest volume day in like the past 3 weeks. Whoa. Okay. Oh man, if they did announce something. Okay. Oh, I missed that. 7. And what was it? 24? 24. And then 16, you had that run up late in the day heading into it, right? You're going to see some increased. Okay. And what did it do last time, volume-wise? We saw it was quiet a couple days, right? 15, then 6, 10, 5. And then you saw the boom, 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 and we were like, whoa, okay. Maybe some folks were buying in. Damn. Okay. Ulceration. Cheers, Polygon. Cheers, Polygon. Oh, damn, that's funny. From the iron handing through earnings. Yeah. Oh, we're all in the same boat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Chris said the same exact thing. We're all in the same boat. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been nice. There was opportunity for a surprise. I mean, I felt that. I still feel as though there was that opportunity for a surprise. It didn't happen, but so yeah, it looks it looks like a dumb decision, right? But everything with hindsight, it's that resulting, right? Oh yeah, Maxar bouncing back up. I mean, that was a top position in the Roaring Canyon portfolio. It's been volatile itself. It's been bouncing back. Polygon. I think we had talked about that a while back. Okay. Okay, so Robert think he's blushing because of 2 years in the turnaround and changed perception. Right. I think that's at least that's part of it, right? Absolutely, Rob. Oh yeah, that's less fun than the. Well, what is Rod's bull case right now? Oh, almost 4. Okay, almost 4, and the bear one right now is 2. And as I recall, I think Rod was saying he's like in the ballpark of what. I meant, were there analyst stuff? Was it not reported by Seeking Out? I did see some analyst stuff. Has anyone's got links to that? I think I might have missed following the conference call. I saw Telsey went down to 18, which I saw that, which was I thought okay, he went all the way up to 19, bumped it down to 18. And what was the other one? There was another one that they like the price went down or something like that. I kind of missed that stuff, but where I was going with that was that this is in the ballpark of prevailing analyst estimates for Q4 right now. I think, but I don't know off the top of my head. Holy shit, Foxed! Oh, cheers, Foxed! Oh. He remembered his way back. Oh shit! Are we in trouble? Oh no! Welcome, Fox. Welcome. Great to have you back, Fox. Let's get to the bottom of some shit tonight, Fox. Right? Oh, is shit gonna be deleted? Oh, it's gonna be missing. Oh, I went way too. Oh, I blew it. Oh, what movie's that from? Have I done that quote yet? Yes, maybe I did. You blew it. Oh, damn. Okay. Hey, Cameron. What's up, Cameron? Welcome back. Cheers. Happy Friday. My crayon astrology. Oh, Polygon. My crayon astrology is holding strong. Oh, damn. That is funny. Crayon astrology. Yo, I think I need to borrow that one, Polygon. I love it. Look at this. That's what it looks like. It feels like that. Oh, damn. Oh, retracted. Oh, no. In crayons we trust. In crayons we trust marginally, right? Yeah. Oh, my daughter would be proud. Okay, yeah, short interest stayed roughly the same. That's what I was saying. Roughly the same through the end of November, right? They're not budging. And I didn't see anything in Q3 that was going to cause them to budge. No way. You know what I mean? So like even right now, I think it's probably remained level. Maybe it's even gone up a little bit, but by and large, it's stayed. Whether it's at a couple million higher, a couple million lower, I don't care. It's still above 60. I'm like, that's still high, and I don't think there was anything that caused them to close. Maybe you had some marginal short. Folks who are short who closed out on a 20% drop, but that's what I mean. That's not that big of a drop considering the risks. I think I would have expected that you wanted a larger return given the risk setup. That's the risk profile. That's my opinion. But so there was nothing. That's the thing. But could there be a sentiment shifting catalyst on the horizon that could cause them to close? Maybe. I don't know. But I expect that it's still probably the same right now. Today, December 11th. Yeah, Polygon and his forecast for. Ooh, free cash flow forecast over the next couple of quarters. Yeah. What do we got? What do we got? Rods up here. Oh, he goes earnings. For me, it's sometimes they have a little bit of flexibility in that free cash flow front. I think they'll be able to generate. It depends. A couple of quarters. We're looking at like the subsequent 4 quarters from here on out, which is what I've been focused on mostly. You know what I mean? Like that first year, the first 2 years of the new console cycle. How much could they get into? And I just think it's at least going to be a couple of $100 million. That's what I think. You know what I mean? And they're going to have a couple of $100 million in just Q4 alone. I think with the supply being shifted a bit, you may have some stronger profitability in those early quarters that you might not have been expecting otherwise. And I think relative to the current market cap or the enterprise value, rather, is that I think it's going to be really strong, and it is still priced cheaply on just these upcoming couple of quarters. By themselves. And then I just think, but if it's that terminal, it really what's at the big, huge variable that no one's really come to a resolution between bulls and bears is that terminal value, right? Where I just think that's arguably the more important variable, but certainly significantly more difficult to ballpark. But for me, I think we're going to have a couple of $100 million at the very least in free cash flow over the next couple of quarters. And again, where the stock is trading, I think that is continues to be extremely, extremely cheap. Something before. Yeah, the sooner the better. Like I think I tweeted this out following the stream the other night, where the sooner Cohen and management comes to a resolution, the better. I think that's the best setup. If they just come to a resolution. And it could be, I mean, for Cohen too, but I just think that if they just put the activist stuff behind if they can, maybe they can't, you know what I mean? But if they can, that's kind of ideal for shareholders because they're on the same page. Boom, let's move forward. Let's crush this together. But indeed, one would think that it's in Cohen's best interest too to have things happen sooner rather than later because he's a shareholder too, and a much bigger shareholder than the management team. Hey, Nicholas. Happy Friday, Nicholas. Polygon. Yep, there you go. Polygon calling me out. Long-term value investor with a 5-minute can. Oh, did you already call me out, Polygon, before I said that? Oh, that's hilarious. You already did. I had a feeling I was doing the 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, Polygon's got me. Polygon's got me dead to rights tonight. And there's nothing I can say to that shit. Okay, Rigo agrees that sell-off is weak. It's again, I'm sure Rigo would change his mind next week, as I would as well. If it keeps on going and it's down 30% from boom, yeah, it's a bit stronger of a sell-off than we thought. But for the initial knee-jerk sell-off, I agree. It's not particularly strong of a sell-off. You know what I mean? It should have dropped back down to like 11, maybe a little, but it should have went down to 11s. Then we're like, are these not higher lows? Could have been more question marks. It never gets old, Chris. Guilty as charged. Oh boy, it was a long preamble. I had so much to, and so much to say. Usually, sometimes there's nothing to say, right? Although then I'll just pull up the 1 minute, the 3 minute, 5 minute charts, right? But there was a lot to say. So many good. Cheers to everybody who shares, the people who share their analysis on the chat on Twitter, all over the place, because it helps round out my own thinking, and I just think, it's a big reason the internet is great, right? The internet is terrific. Everyone can just bounce their ideas off each other, and you can interpret it. You don't take everything as fact, but it can weigh on your thinking and stuff, especially if there's people whose opinions you respect, and it's readily available for you to read it. I think it's good too to like read stuff and draw your own conclusions when you're analyzing something. Or even, I've said this before. I've said this on past streams. Like read the quarterly readout in the conference or in the press release, and then try to guess how the stock market is going to react to it. Like that's kind of good too. But even do that with that's the thing with the stream. We were able to do stuff in real time. We were boom, 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 bouncing ideas off each other. But even these past couple of days, as the market digests stuff and we digest stuff, it's been great. So just thank you to everybody. Thank you. I've appreciated that. I could talk. I could talk without breathing. Oh, damn. Cheers, Raphael. Cheers. Happy Friday. Well, Ryan Cohen walks. Well, I'd say that's a low. I'd say it's an even lower probability now. Post emoji. Well, I already think it's a lower probability given the actions he's taken so far. Not to say it can't happen. It absolutely could, and it would be a serious risk on the short-term price action. Right? Marker would interpret that as bearish, but I think. The steps he's taken so far, he's going to pursue a potential resolution in earnest, And that letter isn't even a month old. And we said that when the letter came out. We're like, well, at the very least, it seems unlikely he's going to walk away in the short term. Because otherwise, who cares? Why would he put in the effort? That's my opinion. Okay, Polygon talking about those mediocre. The November wasn't as strong as some of us were talking about, myself included. I was like, oh, it'd be nice if it was a bit stronger. And it could be that the supply issues had more of an impact on GameStop than we were thinking. That's my first take. It's like, all right, that's shit. Okay, now I'm willing to model that even more. I mean, more strongly moving forward. Like, damn, that this could, or it staggers again for that November thing. Yeah, okay, it might be the quick day. Oh, didn't people talk about this for November? What was it? Was it CVC? Who said it? I could have sworn someone. Oh, boom, here it is. I didn't even get to that one. I didn't get to look over the NPD stuff, but the industry growth was up, GameStop. And then this is what people have been talking about this whole year. GameStop's, the comps haven't been as strong, which is notable. They got to be talked about. But I think in the coming months, in the coming quarters, GameStop, as they talk about, tends to dominate. Not well. I mean, they tend to do fairly well in the newness, as they say, in the newness. So might not be as strong as some people would like, but again, because of what that market cap is, it doesn't even have to be. And like I say, even when Rod's like updating his stuff, and even if you take that bear case, I'm a value investor, and I just think I can feel the margin of safety, and I think that even if it's not as strong as those comps aren't as strong as people are thinking about, that it would still be okay, and that it might even be delayed. And then Q1 and Q2 gets better. I already said that, but that's kind of how I'm thinking about some of this stuff. And then there's that whole upside that I use Cohen as a proxy. But it could just as easily be the existing management team successfully executes that over the next 2 years. But yeah, tougher to model. Talk about Cohen's impact on the stock price and stuff. Yeah, we've talked about that a bit. That's right. So Polygon. I don't have it up right now, but Polygon mentions how everyone is quoting the 16.5% same store comps, but not mentioning the e-commerce surge. I was asking about this on the stream. I didn't see it, and I missed it on the conference call. They mentioned it on the conference call, and I zone out sometimes. I mean, I can talk without breathing, and then I lose consciousness that I can't hear. I think it was 357%, which was sick, and I'm glad they shared that. I didn't see it in the readout. And I don't think I did because I command F that I didn't find it. And I'm like, why'd you announce November and not mention the e-commerce? I thought that should have been in there. And then I started the conference call. I'm like, oh, that's sick. 357%, right? There was obviously a lot of those consoles. People were buying them online. That's how you got them. So of course they're going to be on online. So I thought, okay, that's still a good indication. They're coming around. They were slow to get on this e-commerce front, but I still think there's opportunity. And these year-over-year shit, I think, is indicating that. But I agree, Polygon. But part of the reason that not enough people talking about because they didn't announce it in the press release, and so I think some people missed it. The analysts picked up on it, right? I mean, I missed it, but I have now seen it. But I did that was a good number, 357. But indeed, a lot of people homing in on that 16.5. Yeah. Okay, so I agree with Uber on this. So cheers, Uber. Uber says, I get the impression I assume you're talking about Cohen. Cohen's fully convicted in the incredible misplaced opportunity that GME's data, brand, customer base, supplier relationships are actually worth. Cheers. That's it. In one sentence, Uber hits it out of the park. That's that tremendous upside. That's that optionality that a lot of us has been seeing. The question of execution is outstanding. That's not the point. That's why I love when people like, oh, you got lucky Cohen got involved. Hey, maybe there's some truth to that, but it's still like value is value. Value is value, and it surprised me that no one had made a move sooner on the opportunity. But maybe people just didn't want to deal with that. I remember thinking like, there is something there if you want to put in the effort. Maybe people are just like not worth the effort. I don't give a shit. They're not wrong. For some people, it's not worth the turnaround type stuff to fully execute on this. But I'm like, there's a tremendous opportunity there. If you could successfully, I guess some people even disagreed with that. They don't even agree with what Uber's saying here, that that GameStop's data, the Power Up rewards data, right, the spending and behavior data, and all those Power Up members, and the brand that they have, how it's a household name, it has mind share, the customer base, people still shop there, as contrary to the views that are shared on social media out there, people still do the supplier relationships. And someone mentioned this on Twitter too, about how the possibility of Ryan Cohen being like, F it, I'll just start up my own company. That's a possibility, but that's very expensive to do. It is costly to reproduce what GameStop already has. It is much easier to just fix what might be broken or what they haven't pursued, if possible. And I think that's what Cohen sees. And he's like, oh, I'll just go with this, but you already got the foot in the door. You just need to tweak a couple. Well, maybe more than tweak, but you get my drift. The cheers Uber, yes. Okay, so Fox says, yeah, everyone pans Ryan Cohen. Post his last letter. What do you mean they pan Ryan Cohen? Are we back to hoping? Oh, were people knocking Ryan Cohen following the last letter? Were they? As for him being like the savior type, I would say that storytelling type stuff. Ryan Cohen's letter seems to me still be like the one of the strongest cases for what that upside could look like. Plus, he's Ryan Cohen, which helps, right? Just who the author of it was, who sent it. That impacts my thinking too. But I think that story type stuff. So I think it's good to have an activist investor, one who's a large shareholder, say you got to be doing this, got to be doing that, like trying to push them in the right direction. Now it's still not abundantly clear they're going in the wrong direction, but at the very least, I feel strongly that they could be telling a stronger, a better, a more compelling story, in that they're not in the short interest. The short interest is a manifestation of their failure to at least tell a better story, even though I think they've been executing. But and again, in this case, the short interest is a proxy for just the prevailing sentiment that many of us are seeing out there, and I just think it's crazy that it's December 2020 and that they like haven't closed a meaningful. This is my opinion, that they haven't closed a larger percentage of it, and that sentiment is still what it is out there. And you got Jim Cramer talking about Blockbuster. I think that ain't right, because there should have been a better story out there already. So yeah, I think that Cohen could have a hand in affecting that change. Now, management, it's not me. Don't rule out management. I'm not. This isn't me throwing in the towel on management. I think, but the conference call, I feel like they could have talked up stuff more. Maybe they had a reason to not do it. I've said that a number of times, but now I'm like, I have to discount that because now it's December. But what if they announce a major partnership next week? You know what I mean? Like, granted, it's much later than I would have liked. I thought there would have been more stuff in the works a while back. But let's see if people's opinions of management change next week if they announce some major partnership on utilizing their advertising platform. You know what I mean? Or a partnership with Sony or Nintendo or anything like that. Just watch people turn on a dime on their viewpoints of management. You know what I mean? Like, it's you often see people's opinions on whatever dictated by price action, short-term price action of that, which is really risky. It's risky to do that because you may subscribe to the wrong story. I think people are almost being. My opinion is that people are maybe critiquing management too much based on that conference call. I'm not saying they hit it out of the park. I don't think that, but they did feel short on that storytelling type stuff. We know they didn't address Cohen. There's still been no major announcement, and maybe it's because there is none, right? I mean, there's a risk of that, but I just think doesn't mean they couldn't announce it next week or the week after and take everyone by surprise. But in the meantime, I form my opinions based on what I've seen, based on what I've heard, and I just think, man, Cohen's letter is still what people are talking about, and that's the sexy story, and yeah. There you go, Uber. You get it's so much cheaper to buy versus build. Boom, that's it. Uber's two lines right there. That's such a big part of the Ryan Cohen angle right there. That people don't, as Uber knows, folks aren't buying into that. They still think we're crazy, Uber, as I know you know. They that's the end of it. So yeah, cheers. One final cheers to the Owl Gang out there. Welcome everybody. But yeah, I still have like a high confidence that that's a potential reality, whereas people are like, no, that's crazy. There's no way. And I just think, Yeah, Uber was talking about that tone in the tenor of the call. What I'd say was, and I bet Uber would agree with it, it's kind of like it's been the same. If we were thinking, and I did think this, I definitely said this on one of the streams, I was thinking Cohen's letter might cause them to talk up stuff more. Not really. I'd say that conference call, I didn't think it was worse than previous conference calls. I thought it was right in line with all the other conference calls, which is disappointing. When I thought, the consoles are out, people are sleeping outside your stores, you got an active investor shitting on you. Here's an opportunity that if you had stuff to talk up, you can do it here. And they didn't. Maybe they didn't have stuff to talk up, but it didn't happen. I thought, okay, so this is kind of like that. That's how they handle these conference calls, for better or worse. I know many people out there think for worse. That's kind of like, all right, that should always be, I don't want to say always, but it should typically be the base case. I thought the Cohen letter it was going to be my base case until that Cohen letter came out, and I thought, okay, maybe they'll talk stuff up, but no, they didn't. Chris Roth, did you say omnichannel, Chris Roth? Did you say, well, got a drink. Chris Roth says omnichannel. Say omnichannel again, Chris. Say omnichannel again. There you go. Fox. They've always been conservative and and unprepared. When you say unprepared, that seems a bit strong. But I'd be curious about why you mean unprepared. Like, I may agree with you. I'm not saying I disagree, but is there anything specific, Fox, that is causing you to say unprepared? Like, there's certain points like that maybe the analysts kind of press them on that you think that they would have had like some smooth answers to respond with, but a conservative, right? That's what I mean. This conference call right in line with all their other conservativeness on the other calls. No real sexy talk, not talking stuff up, and I just thought, I've been thinking these past couple of months, now is the time. That's not to say that it's even if they did it in Q1 or whatever, but I think now you're front of mind. People are talking about your company. There's pictures, people waiting on, you're trending on Twitter. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know. Zenian talking about Sherman with the CARES Act. You can't. That's the thing. You can't blame management team too much on this, like, this short-term stuff since March. Like, I suspect that many management teams would have, or virtually all management teams would have had a real hard time. Let's say if they all walk into March with the same hand having been dealt to them, it would have been a struggle moving forward. Just so much uncertainty, literally closing stores, unprecedented setup. Like, there would be marginal criticisms from someone like me for stuff like that. Yeah, that's Ryan Cohen's Twitter. Yeah. Man, I don't know if I agree with Uber. It was a brutal one, really. Okay, maybe I should reread it. Maybe I'll reread it, Uber. I appreciate you sharing that. I'm not strongly disagreeing. I just thought it was in line. Uber, did you think the other conference calls were brutal? Because that's strong. It was maybe because, like, I was even getting maybe got my hopes up a bit too much, where you could hear that talk stuff up, and then it didn't happen. Then you're a little bit deflated, right? You're like, they didn't? Damn. But brutal, huh? All right, I should reread it with the Uber lens on. Oh, Jordan. Jordan, I meant to tag you, Jordan, and I forgot. I meant to go, tennis rackets. I meant to tag you. I forgot. I think I saw you liked it. I'm like, oh, good, he's there. I was gonna tag you out, or. Then I'm like, oh, maybe I'll see him on tonight. I'll tell him. Oh, shit. Oh, it just jumped ahead of me, but now I see. Okay, it just jumped ahead of me. I hope I didn't miss anything, but now I see what Uber's saying right now. I think the other calls were also mad, but this one was the worst. Bell is better than Sherman. Okay, I appreciate that, Rod. I am gonna reread it with your lens on there. That's the thing, Bill. Should I from the Q&A perspective? Okay. I'll check it out again, because I remember, like, maybe not a strong feeling this time, but I remember leaving those conference calls, especially Q2 in September. I'm like, come on. I was like, similar to this time around, where I'm like, yo, these are good opportunities to talk stuff up, and I know other folks did too. We streamed that night as well, and okay, I'll check that out again. Let me just scroll back up. Did I miss shit? Let me see. Oh, I think I missed a little bit. Okay. Oh, good evening, Tim. Welcome, Tim. Cheers. Cheers. Happy Friday, mate. Oh, my 27 behinds. Oh, Polygon. I'm 27 minutes behind and we'll read this. Oh, you were guessing. Oh, I thought you were saying it was 8 p.m. I'm like, oh, well, I'm EST. Oh, Polygon. Oh, you were right. Oh, it's 8:02. It's 8:02. He said I was 27 minutes behind and I will read this message at 8 p.m. Nailed it. Nailed it. Cheers to Polygon. Incredible. The best forecast of the week. The best forecast of the week. We are going out on a high, people. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, that's impressive. That's impressive. Okay, let me keep going. Depending on how sidetracked he gets. That's what I mean. Apparently Polygon knows how sidetracked I get. I picture Polygon's reading the comments. He's like, nah, that's not going to sidetrack him too much. Yep. I'm going to make fun of his charts. That's going to send him off on a rant. I'm going to say he's got his own 8 p.m. And then he did it. Cirque, let's go, Polygon. Oh, damn. Come on. Okay. Oh, Chris. Okay, what's up, Chris? Hey, what up, Jay? What up, Jay? How you doing? How you doing? Cheers, 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 cheers. Welcome, welcome. Hope you having a happy Friday. Hope you having a happy Friday. Oh, William, like the Jerry Maguire? Sick. Oh, excellent. Thanks for sharing. I'm glad you liked that. I'm glad you liked it. That was my first attempt at a video meme. That was my first one. It took me a long like something like when I'm first exploring how to do some of that stuff. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, and then I'm tweaking stuff and trying. So I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad it was fun. It was fun putting it together because you know how often do you have the story to put into that stuff. So I thought that was great. And so many other folks, and Steve Stonk and Snowcover out there, so many folks out there doing solid video memes. And then you see some all over the place on social media, right? They're great. Oh, they make me laugh so much. Oh, our coach. Welcome back, our coach. Cheers. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Oh, Jorge. Okay, Jorge. I'll bring that up. I'll bring that up. I'll bring that up later. I got it. No, you always with those tickers, Jorge. Every time I type in the ticker, the chart doesn't come up. It must be a Canadian. It must be another Canadian company. But I can't pull it up. I don't have the chart. Oh, well, Polygon. Maxar. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Maxar. That was kind of the one that I was in the it's in the Roaring Kitty mono portfolio, but the other ones, yeah, it was you, Polygon, who was talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and I know you got into I can't remember what stream it was, but no, I don't have any other ones, and I'm not an expert on the industry. I'm not so sure. What's actually? Let me type in that ticker. Let me type up. Is it looking bullish? Like, should I be looking Polygon? For those types of play. Oh, okay, it's getting bid back up. So I had bought. I had bought this. I had bought SPCE earlier this year because it had run up so strong going into what turned out to be the huge market sell-off and everything like that. I remember thinking, these are speculative plays. These could bounce back really, really strong. And so I was buying right around here. This ticker. Oh, Virgin. It's Virgin. Right. And although it didn't turn out to be as big of a winner as I thought. I mean, I guess if I held, it would have been a four-bagger. But I think I got it for like a quick double, thinking, all right, these might be continued performers. But I don't know it all. That it was more just, remember, know the type of play that it is. That was just maybe a quick bounce-back play based on how it had been performing previously. Just scrolling through here. Yeah, no, I don't think Q4 is going to be bad. I think it's going to be a really good quarter, but relative to expectations or forecasts, whatever, that's always the big question. It could be that November could be cause people to draw the wrong conclusions. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that, you know what I mean? Like if supply just got bumped a little bit and then it gets spread out across like December and a bit. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's definitely the case, but I'm like, okay, maybe expectations will be a little bit lower because of that. Yep, and then you have ongoing lockdown. Yep, that's an ongoing risk that's heating up again. Many people have been talking about this on the stream for months now, and here now we're getting into it. Oh, Uber. Oh, which tweet was that, Uber? Oh, I don't know which one. There's you getting a lot of views on that. Nice. Okay. Hey, Alex. Happy Friday. Welcome back, Alex. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Hope you had a nice week. Polygon. Other than that, that was the play. Damn. Oh, shit. Oh, I disagree with this, Uber. Shelf was abysmal. I disagree with that. Okay, I agree with this. Yes. Yes, okay. Sorry, I should have kept reading. I just read your first line. It should have been done in March, April. I agree. So it should have been done as soon as they come on, right? You can't do that necessarily, and there's this hoops maybe you got to jump through, you got to wait for certain stuff. It should have been done already. That's number one. Is the timing of it. I didn't love the timing. Wait, Uber, you talking about the signatures again? They didn't all have to sign. They didn't. They don't all have. They don't all have to sign. And I don't know so much that that's an indication of anything, but. It's in their best interest to roll with shit too, right? So it could be that they didn't think that they were going to need it 6 months ago at all, and now they've reassessed, and maybe they saw Cohen getting involved too, or they knew that they had a big partnership or new thing that they were going to announce, and they've seen how the stock price reacted to the Microsoft news, and they think, let's be opportunistic about this, and do it on the upside. On the downside, it could be Uber that they kind of saw that closures were starting to heat up again. November maybe wasn't as strong as they were, or maybe the early, on the downside, maybe the early weeks of the new console weren't as strong as they were hoping. So they're like, let's get a little bit of protection just in case. They knew they have some debt coming due. You know what I mean? So they got to be rolling with stuff too. So it's, and I'm with you that I'm with you on the time, but at the same time, they got to roll with stuff, and they think, oh, the odds of our stock price rising are really high, are much higher today than they thought that back then, or on the downside, it could be realer today. They're placing a higher probability on that than they would previously. So I don't, yeah, I guess I do the level of awfulness or something. You know what I mean? I think it could even be opportunistic. You know what I mean? Like, and because of that, it's hard for me to have such a strong negative view on it. When it could just be them being savvy. You know? Seems like you probably disagree, but. Yeah, that's right. So general corporate. You know, that's the thing. You just say, as Fox is saying, general corporate purposes covers a lot. They're not telling us anything. They did say they're not going to use it for the debt, but who cares? They use the cash that's on the books. It's not even a question worth asking, because although that's not true. I like that they asked it, and I like their response. But that's what you say. You just say general corporate purposes. You can do that shit for anything. You think I'm too? Oh, whoa! I didn't say I'm bullish. Okay. First of all, I thank you for sharing, Chris. Chris saying that he thinks that I'm too bullish on the shelf offer. I'm just to be clear here. I'm not bullish on the shelf offer. I am just much more neutral. Can I be? I'm just neutral. Maybe if you're saying this, Chris, I'm not bearish enough. That could make. I mean, then you could say that maybe. It sounds like that is the case, where I'm not nearly as bearish as other folks, but I wouldn't say I'm bullish on the shelf offering. You know what would have made me bullish on the shelf offering? If that shit was for $1 billion, then I'd be like, sick. You know what I mean? Like, I've said this on many past streams. If you were serious about transforming into this mega cap e-commerce gaming giant, the more you're going to need a shit ton of cash. Get ready for it. And you're not going to be paying out dividends. You're not going to be doing buybacks. You're going to be reinventing the business, and that's going to take a shit ton of cash. And it's conceivable that if this shit had been for 500 million or a billion, something crazy, something absurd, it would still sell off on it. But I think now people are going to be like, holy shit, they are serious about this. And then in my eyes, like if it were 300 million to 500 million, it's the same optics cost. The market was gonna sell off. The market was not gonna like an at-the-money offering altogether. So what difference does it make 100 million, 300 million, 500 million? Just do it. And then you might get people talking about, whoa, why are they doing so much? People's immediate reaction would be they need it. They're going to be burning cash and they're screwed. That would be the initial reaction. I feel confident about that. But there would be a later reaction, especially if Cohen got involved, like, holy shit, they're going to have a shit ton more cash to execute on this turnaround strategy. And so, anyway, I'm more neutral on it for this stuff. And but yeah, I'm definitely not as bearish as folks. So that I would agree with you on that front, Chris. Oh, so is Fox running with this? So Fox is saying investment in omnichannel makes sense. No, e-commerce probably has low contribution margin for them. Yep. Oh, I wonder if Fox. I mean, I'm way behind, but I wonder what are your thoughts if you're kind of aligned with me on this. Anyone, please. anyone, please. I'm a contrarian on a contrarian stream again. No, not the first time. It's a lonely world out there. Lonely. If they do that, okay. Yes, so I agree with this, Uber. I agree with this. I'm not saying that they would have issued shares, but if the claim is liquidity and optionality, then the time to make it ready was months ago. I agree, except I'll just harken back to what I just said. Sometimes you got to roll with stuff. Maybe it was abundantly clear this time around that they should have it, and it was less clear back then. You have to, there needs to be some leeway with this stuff. But even still, just making it clear, I do agree. You know how much I love the optionality. You should always have the 10b5-1s. You should always have an at-the-money offering. You should always be prepared to make a move on this stuff. And I understand maybe have to jump through hoops to kind of get this stuff. Same thing with buying back shares, which is why the Dutch auction was so silly. Be ready to buy back shares. Be ready to do the at-the-money offering. Be ready to have cash ready, have dry powder. Be ready to do this. Be ready to do that. And so kind of wish they had done it sooner, but I'm still willing to give a little bit of flexibility that they're reading what's on, they're reading the updates and kind of seeing what's unfolding. Like, all right, now we got to do this. You know what I mean? Oh, so Fox, you're seeing they included a lot of Ryan Cohen language. Yep, they definitely had a bit some different language this time around. Had this up too. I was reading through this. Omnichannel. Is anyone drinking every time they hear omnichannel? Omnichannel. Oh, acquisition seems a major acquisition seems unlikely. Some bolt-on acquisitions could be a good move. I don't know about right now. I don't know about the timing, but some bolt-on acquisitions could be a good move. Yep, Polygon, I was hoping that. Yep. Talked about the risks then versus now. Oh, man, a blow to your shaky confidence in management. Right, okay, let me keep reading. Okay, Chris wants to see them put money into their prototype stores and esports. Hey, what's up, Jamie? Happy Friday. Yeah, it seems unlikely Cohen walks. In the near term, it seems unlikely, but I agree. That's my big thing too. He has a reputation to uphold, and it wouldn't be a great look to walk. Yep. Oh, Fox. Oh, I have company. Oh, Fox. Oh, thank. Oh, whew. Someone, anyone. Fox says, if you're trying to optimize for a long-term strategy and not share price, it's a rational move. Whew. Okay. Sometimes I mean, I thought this for the year too. I'd say that how many times that I think, oh, maybe I'm crazy, maybe it's a big mistake. But okay, so it seems like Fox and I are kind of on the same page here. Oh, Fox. Ooh. Fox saying that the shelf accomplishes so much, he clapped. Whoa, fuck. Holy shit. Oh, Fox is okay then. Can you just answer me this? Shouldn't it have been larger? Okay, sounds like you and I are on the same page, because that's what I was thinking. I was like, this could be good. I mean, the bear case is that they needed it. Now they say that they didn't need it, but you always got to be careful. As you know, Fox, management will just say what the right thing to say is, what they should see, what they think people want to hear. But let's take them at their word in that they don't need it. But that's the worst case, is that they did need it to like plug any holes, that they're not gonna have enough cash, they're gonna burn cash next couple of months, and they're not gonna be able to pay off their debt. Blah blah blah. That's how the market interprets that stuff. But let's take them at their word that they don't need it, and then I think. Oh, sick. But then I think, why not larger? So Fox, that'd be curious what you were thinking. Yeah, so this I agree with Uber. That the storytelling stuff, that they have confidence in the digital first omni-channel strategy. I think it was like so not there that I'm like, was it deliberate? You know what I mean? Like, but I don't think that, because it was just on par with all their other conference calls. So don't overthink it. You don't overthink. You're just like, all right, that's prep was lacking. Interesting. I wish if there was anything in particular that stood out to you on that. That's right. Omni-channel transformation doesn't happen in weeks, months. Yep. Oh, okay. Well, okay. So Polygon curious about Fox View too, thinking for Polygon, it's the first positive comment he's seen on the shelf. Wow. Okay, so people critiquing the prep. Okay. Struts, crushing it, Struts. You got it, Struts. Billy Madison, baby. Nice. You blow it. Oh, maybe I can memify that. Is that a word? It's a word now. Memify. What's up, Struts? Welcome. Yep, I agree with Fox. I think the shelf was tough for the share price, but good for the company long term. I agree. I just wish it was more. That's the thing. It's like it was gonna be tough on the share price, whether it was 100, 200, 3 runs. So amp it up. Especially, it's like I said, even though if it may not be my base case, but if part of it was because the stock price might run up, and you were hoping to opportunistically issue shares with the least amount of dilution, amp that shit up. 200 million, 300 million, there'll barely be an impact, be minimal dilution. Who gives a shit? You'll be able to run with it. Then it would have been, you know what I mean? Then it would have been tremendous. Okay, so I fortify balance sheet, as Fox is saying, fortify balance sheet for a long-term transformation ahead. Semi-poison pill, but not really. Exactly. That's if they're gonna go with a poison pill, you just do the poison pill. But I think more for that long-term transformation. My base case right now is that they don't issue any in the near term. And this is why, even though I say there's a bear case related to it and there's a bull case related to it, but as far as the bear case related to it goes, management said they don't need it. So let's take them at their word in that regard. Probabilistic, assign a probability to it. But on the upside, then I think, oh shit, okay. Then if they do, then maybe they'll be issuing on a run up. That's right. So, hey, so happy Friday, Stone. Welcome, Stone. Welcome, Stone. Talking about how weren't prepared in Q2, but then you got that Microsoft. That's why I bring that up. It's like, um, maybe people wonder, well, if they had something, maybe announce it at earnings, but they announced the Microsoft thing. That didn't crop up out of nowhere, and they announced that a couple of weeks later. So, max optionality. Yep. Yeah, that's right. Poison pill stuff. Yep. Nah. Yeah, Robert Sherman's talked some about esports, about their intention to move in that path, but indeed, we haven't heard too much firm on near-term esports plans. Part of that is because of the COVID environment. That's kind of impacted some of those initiatives a bit, but we haven't heard anything recently. That's right. Okay, so Struts. So this is something that's on Ryan. So Struts is saying the free cash flow you mentioned. Why would we want current executives spending one single dollar from new console sales? Put those dollars in Cohen's control equals better shareholder value. What I'd say is that's what's going through Cohen's mind, and I think right. I'm sure Struts would agree with this. Um, if he's the biggest like individual investor in the stock, he's an activist investor. He wants it to succeed naturally. He doesn't want to see any. I mean, he based on his letter, he disagrees with their current roadmap or lack thereof. In which case, he doesn't want to see any of this cash wasted. He's kind of incentivized to move quickly. I agree with you, Struts, because, like I said, you run the risk of that capital being wasted. In his eyes, I'm not so sure. If you've read past conference calls, now quite a bit of time has passed. But back in the day, he came right out and said, Sherman said, no acquisitions, and I was. Now, he also said no buybacks, which was silly. He changed his tune a couple days later. But he said no acquisitions. That was important for me because I was worried, as many other folks were worried, that this new management team was going to follow in the same path as the old management team. I'm like, oh, I hope they don't do some dumbass acquisition. But they said, no, they're not going to do it. And look at their CapEx over the past year. It's been bare minimum. That's what I've been doing. They've been doing a real good job focusing on that type of stuff. Doesn't mean the situation hasn't changed. They might be more willing to do it today now that now the cash is going to be coming and it is coming. But even still, from Cohen's perspective, Struts, that's kind of how he's viewing that. Yep. Foams. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Emojis are marginal analysis. Ain't that the truth, huh? Okay, I like this is apropos phrase. Rod. Does anyone genuinely think the company is worth more under Sherman versus Cohen? Perception is reality. So this is truth to this. This is why my big knock personally is that storytelling stuff. Perceptions in the short term. I mean, the impact on stock price. It is reality. That's a great phrase. That applies here, Uber. And like as far as market participants go, I have to lean toward that they think that maybe Cohen would have a better impact, even though it may not be certain. I'm not saying that I don't think definitely, but I myself lean in that direction too for that long term type stuff. Maybe for the getting to this stage right now, and I think even Uber would agree with that. It could be the current management team was better for that, but moving forward, yeah, I'm not so sure. That's not to say Cohen will definitely succeed. I'm not even saying that, but as Uber talks about here, perceptions gonna lean. It's gonna tilt toward Cohen. That's the question of, if anything, if there were any battle or anything like that, who would vote for Cohen versus the existing management team, right? That's a question. That's right. Although shares shorted, it's a decent proxy for prevailing sentiment. And at least until recent months, as had been the price action on the stock. I'm like, damn, no one gives a shit. And the sad part is that's exactly what Barry said like 15 months ago. And even I, like I said many, many times, even I was surprised. Like, damn, this shit is heavy. Yeah, Fox has been saying that Ryan Cohen's help may be expensive. Scott wants Cohen. Welcome, Scott. Welcome, Scott. Well, yeah. We see the market kind of tilt. People talking about fundamentals. It's with kind of tilting back in favor of some small cap value type stocks a little bit in recent weeks, recent months. Oh, I get this up. Actually, I had this up. I thought this was a cool. I brought this up IWM a bit, but this is IWM versus the S&P, right? Getting right back up to a little bit of resistance, but clearly trends kind of turning a little bit. And then if you pull up Russell, looking good, holding up for now. Let's overbought and everything on the daily. How's that weekly looking? Good. So maybe fundamentals will matter even more moving forward. Sherman the Sherman tankers, kitty cat panther. There's the price target. Oh, is there an updated price target on the low ends? Hey, Gio. Welcome to the stream, Gio. Welcome to the stream. Hey, T-Tree. Welcome. Hope you had a nice week. Yeah, they haven't really talked, and some management teams do, but most management teams don't. But this management, hasn't really talked about the short interest all that much. Makeshift. Hey, Makeshift made it back. All right. Glad you're able to make it. Okay, so Alex is asking, does Cohen want the story to be bad about GameStop right now? Would make his case more compelling. I don't know about want. I would just agree with you. It makes this story. It makes it more compelling, and that's at least part of this, part of this tweet, right? Is that you send out this letter. A couple of weeks pass. They report earnings in the conference call. People kind of critiquing the conference call, and then here's the response from the people out there, notably. Oh jeez, Jim Cramer. And he's like, see, I made my point. See my point? Buy into me. Buy into what I'm saying. I'm right. So that's. So I don't know what he's wanting. He's still an investor in it, right? He all else equal, he'd probably like it to go higher. But if he really, what he really wants is not so much the price to go higher in the short term, but if he wants to get more involved, and that's really his goal, then indeed weaker performance, negative sentiment, negative articles like this support his case. Absolutely. Oh, Fox. So I disagree with this. So Fox says, I'm not sure the rising indictment of short interest is an indictment of Sherman or his strategy. I suspect it's a reflection of a stock that has gone up six times from the lows. In Fox, my response to that is the short interest has been high this whole time. The short interest has been above 50 million for, you know what I mean? Like it'd be one thing, Fox, if the shorts had piled on in mass after the stock price had risen all that time. Now, indeed, there's turning over. It's not like we don't know it's been the same shorts this whole time. But I lean toward a good chunk of it has been, and that's because that short interest had been heavy for a bit, but then it's been amped. I got it up. Oh, this is sick. This is why I had it up. I'm like, you know what? We may need to refer back to this. Here you go. Here's Rod had tweeted this a couple of days ago, and here's the green. The green is share. I can't see green. And you can see that it was still above. It was, what was it? It was above 50. What was it, 55? What was it? I don't know the exact number. Man, I wish I could see the exact number. but it was over 50. It was over 50, 55, over 50 million with shares outstanding of 65. You know what I mean, Fox? Like, that's ridiculously high. It was the highest. It was the most shorted stock. It was here we go. It was the most shorted stock before the stock price ran. You know what I mean? There you go. It was the most shorted stock when I put my GameStop videos together on YouTube when I uploaded them. That's why I showed it off. It's like it was already ridiculously high. And at the margin, there's maybe some turnover, but I think people are betting on zero, and I don't think they got it. And I think part of it is, it's not so much, I mean, part of it is maybe the management team. It's more the secular risks of the business model. That's the biggest reason for the heavy short interest. The critique of management, Fox, is that they weren't able to change the story. An effective management team on the storytelling front should be able to at least chip away at that sentiment. And they not only they haven't done that, and short interest has risen into the new consoles. The free cash flows are here. The free cash flows are here, and it's you know what I mean? Like the bulk of that short interest can be attributed to the secular risks, but the inability to change sentiment and to get it flipped. That's the thing. Maybe it happens in 3 months, but in my mind, December 2020, that we still have more shares short than shares outstanding is ridiculous to me. And management has to accept some of that. So if I don't know how I was speaking earlier. I didn't mean to put full blame on the management team, but I do think the high level of short interest in it rising is an indication of that. And indeed, to Fox's point, Fox say, well, yeah, maybe it was at 55, but the reason it's at 65 now is because that stock price kept running. That's fine. I'm not even going to that's what I mean. You might get some marginal shorts there, but my point is that it has been above 50 million. Has it been above 50 million since Sherman took over? Okay, no. So Sherman took over around here, around April, that second week in April. Maybe he was hired in March. I remember reading the press release. I looked it up. And so it was around 35 million? And then this whole time, boom, boom, boom. Then it jumped up, and then you got to 50 million pretty quick a couple of months into his tenure. So, you know what I mean? He wasn't able to stop it. Yep, so Polygon, and I kind of agree with Polygon saying, hey, I assume Sherman thinks if he just delivers good financial results, the shorts will have to eventually close. I tend to agree with that. That's why they're like, I don't give a shit. I mean, I'm inclined to believe this. I don't know it definitely, but I don't give a shit about the short interest. I don't give a shit about the short-term price action. I don't care about any of that because we're going to successfully execute. I had a 3 to 4 year plan. I'm 18 months into it, so everyone chill out. Like, this is what I think's going on in their head based on what I've seen so far, based on these conference calls. They're like, we don't care about this stuff. Who cares? And for anyone knocking that, by the way, reminder, that's the Buffett style of thinking. So if you want to critique this management team, just bear in mind that there are many of those long-term thinkers, those compounders who support this type of thinking. The issue is you're going to have investors who don't like that, who are willing to call them out and say, oh yeah, you want to just take this real slow approach and you don't want to take advantage of this of the situation. That's not fast enough for us. You're not moving fast enough. You got to do this. You got to tell a sexier story. We can't have this drag on, blah, blah, blah. Or this is our money on the line. We are investors here. Ryan Cohen been invested for however long he's been invested and not seeing a meaningful reversion to fair value just yet. And he's like, people are going to get pissed. That's what I mean. I thought people might step into this sooner. I definitely said that early on where I'm like, there's tremendous opportunity here. No one was really willing to step in. It turned out only to be Cohen. And I remember thinking, like, I'm surprised more people weren't pissed. I mean, Barry kind of a little bit, but just the business from a business standpoint, I don't know. Rigo thinks Q4 could be the start. Indeed. No, Microsoft didn't come up on the call, but I didn't expect it to. I know people were talking about that, but that didn't seem likely. Yeah, it may not have been allowed to. I was thinking that too, Alex. I thought they probably said to the analysts, "Don't ask about it because we're not going to talk about it." They had to have. Yeah, and I agree with Fox. The minimal significance on the Microsoft stuff. I didn't think there was much to glean. What was there to glean? They're not gonna. There's no reason to talk about it. That's my opinion. I know people wanted more clarity, but there's from a business point of view, there's minimal incentive to talk about that except to satisfy curiosity on the part of analysts. Oh, Chris Roth said omnichannel. What can I do? Perfect timing, Chris. Hey, Tinny Foiler, welcome back. Welcome back. Give me bought out easier. Well, yeah. I know. Robert says, anyway, y'all know that? You look in the mirror and say, what was it, Bloody Mary? Is that what you'd say? Or Beetlejuice, or whichever one. Look in the mirror, say omnichannel 3 times. Look and see what happens. See what happens. A George Sherman appears. Hey, Michael. Welcome, Michael Macedo. It's the digital first omnichannel. That's actually right. Digital first omnichannel. That's right. Digital first. Digital first. Is it right at the top of their presentation too? It almost certainly is, right? Oh, there it is. It's on the page. Digital first omnichannel. That's right. Yeah, seriously. Struts saying, has there ever been a stock where the short interest has doubled amid 1/3 of the shares being bought back? Struts, I doubt it. But I was wondering the same thing. What a ridiculous setup. So welcome, Super Saucy. Welcome. Wants to ban the word omnichannel. Auto. Maybe can I auto ban on a word? Oh, I can put people in a timeout. I can put people in a timeout? What is this? What is Oh, shit. Oh, I might have to put this to use, huh? Give me a reason. Give me a reason. I don't even know what it does. It triggers Super Saucy, yeah. Yeah, just... Oh, wait. Did I already read this? From Q&A. He was trying to bail out Sherman when he emphasized that they do not need to use the... Right. Hey, Danny. Welcome back, Danny. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, good. I didn't lose everything. Okay. I'm behind, but, yeah, that's right. So they talk about, so Uber's saying you tout digital first and not tout your apparent digital partnership. Oh, yeah, at the very least, it could have been mentioned. That's fair. Talk about the Microsoft partnership. That's true. Oh, there's another meme that it didn't even come up or even mention. That's actually that's a fair point. I meant they kind of weren't going to go into details about it because I think people were wondering about that. But what I was thinking Uber is like digital first. Yeah, can we get some more digital partner? Not everything is a partnership. I keep on using that, but I'm like, can we get some more formal announcements that you're participating in the digital space? If you want us to take it seriously and price it in the on our upside models, like I need to see more. I haven't seen it yet. All I have to go off is this. I know in Uber's done good work calculating through terminal value for that type of a thing. Great, give us a couple of more so we can stack these on top of each other. If you want us to refer to you as digital first, it's a good point, Uber. Hey Adam, welcome Adam. No, I don't know. I'm not sure if Justin's gonna be here. I haven't seen him yet. That's right. So Danny just said what I was just saying. Yep, I understand not wanting to go into details of the deal, but at least mention it. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Okay. Jordan saying the same thing there. Yep. No talk of the on-site. But that's the thing. So Danny's saying how there was no talk on-site sponsored ads. I didn't think that they would mention those too much. Those are pretty typical for a lot of companies, and it's almost like you should have those already. that it's not that this big formal announcement, hey, we're doing sponsor ads. Like, you should have already been doing it, and it's like not that big of a thing. But if there were something more formal, it would have been nice. But again, maybe there isn't. And it's not all that meaningful just yet. So it's like, oh, what is there to announce exactly? But even still, I know as far as this digital first stuff goes, this resonates with me. Yep, Jordan says, how can you put a value on it with any details? But that's the thing. It's not their goal for us to be able to put a value on it. It's their goal to run the business. And from a business perspective, in a competitive standpoint, it may be, don't disclose these details. They might not even be allowed to. I don't know, but... Oh, yeah, management working with shorts? Yeah, looking too deep. Looking too deep. Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad you were able to join us, Chris. You have a nice night. That's you. Have a nice weekend, Chris. Have a nice weekend. Yep, could be on the Microsoft deal stuff. Yep. GME shorts. Okay, I'll see if I can do something with that. Lack of investing knowledge because the big players like. Okay, Tucket Space stuff. Yep. Hey, James Lee made it. Welcome, James Lee. Hope you had a nice week. What did you say? Oh, okay. Impact of a potential vote. If you were to pass, go that way. we gotta James Lee says his omni-channel rant is copyrighted. That's fair. It's fair. So I'll say trademark James Lee, give appropriate attribution, or he's gonna do a shelf offering. Oh, omni-channel, TM James Lee. I'm cash if I dilute. I don't disagree with that. I disagree with the times. EL, welcome, EL. Oh, Search 1. Welcome. What up, Search? James. Happy Friday, Dusty. Happy Friday, Dusty. Search. Did I mention omni-channel? Oh, Fox is back. Oh, shit. Sorry, Fox. I'm trying to catch back up. Okay, I'm close. Can listen. Comments, see if share me. Oh, listen to some old. That can be a good idea, James. Like listen to those old conference calls. Yeah. I think Sam, a big part of that. So welcome, Sam. Happy Friday. Sam talking about sharing some of the figures from Q3. Part of the reason for the gross margin decline is the mix, the sales mix, in that it's maybe tilted more toward lower margin stuff, a la hardware. So that's part of it. But indeed, as more e-commerce stuff, as e-commerce heats up, that should have a positive impact on margins as well. Some of these digital partnerships, if there are more of them, that could impact stuff too. But as far as Q3 goes, that's what I was thinking. It's that mix. Oh, okay. All right. So okay. I appreciate you sharing, Fox. So you're saying 10% shelf makes sense. Not too heavy to crush hope stock price, enough to get them to next milestone. All right, you think so? Thank you for sharing that. I as you made. I mean, I say 500 million and a billion to take the extreme and to make my point. But I was even thinking like 200 million, 300 million. I wonder if that maybe would have been too much. It sounds like you maybe think that interesting. But what I like to hear, Fox, is that you think 100 million might be enough to get them to the next milestone. You know what I mean? And someone had said this elsewhere, which was a good take. You know who was it? Was it Kingdom Capital on Seeking Alpha? I think I saw this where, You know how hard they had to work to raise $100 million in cash this past year? The sale leaseback, selling the corporate jet. Like, I mean, I'm trying to make my point here to get like just a higher shelf offering, but at the same time, $100 million is a lot of money, and they busted their ass this year to raise $100 million in cash, and it was that's what I mean. It was a good thing that they were doing, but it wasn't like break the short thesis enough cash, right? I had felt that way at the time, but it was still good downside protection type stuff. But now if we're trying to view this more upside type stuff, well, then I think that's not that much. So I view it as, I'm optimistic, Fox, that you think $100 million is enough to get to that next milestone. I wonder what that milestone is. I don't know, but I agree. And so you're saying 10% of the company is not too heavy to crush or hope the stock price. Okay, I mean, that's fair. Like I was saying too, though, Fox, like if it were a $200 million at the money, I'm not so sure it would have sold off that much harder. You know what I mean? Like, although it didn't sell off that hard, in my opinion, like 20% isn't that much. But I'm not so sure it sells off 30% at a $200 million. But at the same time, that's fair. Maybe people then start to think, I don't know, if it's $200 million, are they more willing to think that it's for upside optionality versus downside? Anyway, I appreciate you sharing. Thank you, Fox. All right. Okay, Fox. Fox saying that there's only so much the market can bear for at the money. That's fair. That's fair. Like I was just saying, it's tough. This isn't, I'm genuinely inquiring. This isn't high conviction. They should have done this, but my inkling is that the market at 200 million, it's a very similar sell-off than 100 million. But even still, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. I know you, I'm sure, have had experience analyzing this stuff in the past, so thank you. You know what I mean? Like if you come on with 200 million, you say, we don't need it. We don't need 200 million. We're doing this for increased flexibility, upside optionality, blah, blah. I mean, they didn't use the word optionality, but even still, okay. Oh, that's not true, Tinny. I disagree with this. Saying an offering is always bad for shareholders no matter what. Nope, strongly disagree. No, I strongly disagree. It's given Polygon whiplash. That's right. So Uber saying they didn't issue a resounding vote of confidence in their vision for the future use of said diluted dollars. That's true. You know what I mean? Like, but I talk about talking up the upside and stuff. What Uber's saying? How about specifically related to the at the money? But they deliberately kept it so vague, and or is it vague or vague? Vague. I always get those types of words messed up. I always get called vague. Like if you wanted it to be interpreted as optimistic, you say we're raising this much money so we can pursue some of these initiatives in earnest. You know what I mean? But they didn't, which almost it sticks out. And I agree with you, Uber. That's right. And Jordan agrees. They didn't really address where it's going. No delevering. They were specific about the no delevering. That's true. And so some of us are trying to impute intentions like, okay, if they're definitely not using it for that, what are they using it for? But that was a missed opportunity potentially. That's what I mean. Like it's so obviously, it is so obviously a missed opportunity to talk up an upside as to what the cash is going to be used for. It's like, it was on purpose. You know what I mean? Like it was like, why don't you? But it's because maybe they don't know specifically too, and they're continuing to try to roll with it. If you say specifically what it's for, you lose out on flexibility and optionality. And I do like that. And so you don't want to pin yourself down with one particular initiative or what exactly you're going to use it for. But at the same time, couldn't you talk generally about how, hey, we're going to use 100 million for. I feel like you could talk generally about it, but they're really all about that optionality. Like they don't want to give away too much and get pinned down. Invest in omnichannel. If you're doing M&A, why signal anything to the potential targets? That's right. You can't signal that stuff. You don't want to get pinned down to that. You don't want to get pinned down to anything. And the market doesn't like that. Market doesn't like that uncertainty and all that shit. They don't like, anyway, so, and then Fox says, well, what would you say? That's what I was going to say. It's just generally you may talk to some of this stuff up. But I felt they were. Anyway, let me keep going. That's not true, Tenny. I mean, what you're saying, take out GameStop. What your point, it doesn't even have to pertain to GameStop. It's. I disagree with you regardless of the ticker. I mean, what you're saying is just not true. That an offering is always bad. In some cases, an offering is really, really good. Competent, knowledgeable. Yep, I didn't get that. Yep, that's fair. Yeah, this at the money. That's at the money is talking about burning investors and stuff. First of all, it's just not even that much. Even it hasn't been there hasn't been anything issued. There's been no dilution. Number one, that's number one. There's been nothing. That full stop. Number two, it could be done opportunistically, and that it can be a good thing. Even if they did do it as a percentage of these shares outstanding, it's not that much. There's so many different things in this particular case. But again, generally speaking, an offering or even an at the money offering can be a good thing. I mean, that's objectively true. Okay, Uber's get in. Enjoy it, Uber. Yeah, I like that, Fox. I've been on all sides of these calls, and one thing is always the same. If the numbers suck, everyone hates the conference call. If the numbers are good, management suddenly becomes genius and wonderful. Ain't that true, right? Resulting, right? It frames, and then in turn, the knee-jerk price reaction, right? Is that, so not just the sentiment following it in the discussions and everything like that, but how the stock price initially reacts. If the stock price was up 20% on this news, entirely different stream. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. Yeah, I agree, Joe. I think Fox is just trying to make his point generally about stuff that if the numbers, but I agree. I didn't think it was particularly bad. I'm with you, Jordan. Just not the blowout quarter and transformation the Bulls wanted. Cheers, Jordan. I agree. Same page. Same page. Yep. So Danny's saying the same thing. Yep. 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 Well, that's so Fox saying that the numbers this quarter may be a head fake exactly, right? Because we're going into a completely. That's the thing. It was November most notably, right? Q3 itself was going to be. It's. I still thought that it could surprise people to the upside. I did think that was possible because of the pre-orders, maybe other people picking up shit on the way, but even at the end, it wasn't. And so now there's the question of, well, is it a head fake? Because now people are drawing the wrong conclusions, specifically November, right? We shall see. We shall see. JG. Oh, Kazuya, welcome back. Hope you had a nice week. Finishing this beer. Oh, shit. Oh, I got another beer. So, oh, Uber just left. Well, I don't know how far behind I am. Check out this one. So I got beer number 2 tonight. Definitely need a second beer. And we don't know who the shorts are. I don't know who the shorts are. I don't care. This is about beep 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 boop beep boop boop boop. As far as I'm concerned, I have no proof of anything who it is, right? But we did see. I did see this beer, and I had to pick it up. It is. So I had to break this shit out tonight, right? Got to get that Melvin beer, no doubt about it. Melvin IPA tonight, for real. Holy shit. I don't know if anyone's had that shit. Oh, Rod's back. Yo, Rod, I'll be cheersing to you tonight. Oh, damn. Oh, man. So it's on. This second beer tonight is on the house. I couldn't even believe this shit exists. Oh, damn. Cheers to Melvin. Cheers to Melvin. You got to. Yeah, you see, oh, I got both. The Owl Gang, Melvin, you know I got to. Oh, man. Too ridiculous. Got to. I hope it tastes good. Hope it tastes good. It's got a strong bearish taste to it. It's got. Oh, I poured it too short. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. All right, I poured it too short. It's short. All right, I'll stop right there. Oh, that's all right. Jeez. Actually, it's not that bad. It's okay. Cheers, Melvin. I like those. I like all types of beer. Right? Does anyone have like a preferred type of beer? Like IPAs. IPAs pretty popular these days. It seems IPAs. Like almost so popular that some people are like, all right, that's enough with the IPAs, right? I know I have some friends who are like that. But do you have like a preferred type of beer? Because like me personally, I really don't like. I like tasting all the different types of beers, right? And I can like appreciate them, even though like I don't even remember some of the beers I'm drinking. Some people ask, I don't even remember what it is. I kind of just look at like the what type of beer it is, IPA or lager or whatever it is, and just I like the unique taste. I like the different taste, the variety, if you will, you know? Well, this one's just an IPA, though. It tastes good. And, like, even, like, it's not like I know a lot of people don't like porters or anything like that, but I'll drink a porter. I'm like, ooh, I don't want to get drunk on this beer. I think I don't want to play beer pong with this beer. I don't want to get messed up drinking like 10 of these. I don't know if I could do that. But if I'm having like one or two, yeah, I'll do that. You know, that's how I feel with some of them. But yeah, this one's good. Oh, just jumped ahead. Oh, Michael, do you 140%? Oh, 140. Yeah, Michael. Michael said, is the ABV is 140%? Oh, shit. Right, Mike? Oh, damn. Oh, shit. I'm blackout after 2 sips. Oh, that's a good one, Mike. Damn. I'll keep a little bit in there. There we go. Ooh. Well, now it just jumped ahead, so I see this. Games I Want website. IPA. Okay, so Jordan's IPA. The stronger, the better. Yep. Sometimes I like that real strong kick. Sometimes you're really craving it, you know? Oh, okay. So I'm still down at the bottom. I got to scroll back up. Dusty says, "Oh, okay. So Dusty's in the same camp. All kinds. Old world lagers. Okay. Yeah, I've got a new appreciation for lagers in recent years. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe it's just like it's like not seasonal, cyclical. Where I'm like, I'll go for this, go for that. And then you get your usual seasonal type ones, where Halloween time, get some Halloween brews, Christmas ones, whatever the hell they are. Buddha beer? Whoa, Juke. Okay, welcome, Juke. Cheers. I don't even know what that is. Talk about Buddha beer. It's the coolest thing ever. I'll be looking that up, no doubt. That sounds interesting. Ooh, so same thing about Belgian beers, right? Oh, Delirium. We were talking about that. Is Johan here? We talked about Belgian beers a while back. I see Belgian beers are funny because my wife isn't a big fan of Belgian beers, and so every time we have them, I'm like, ooh, that's a Belgian beer. We're like, but same thing. We're like sometimes like, ooh, yeah, it's got its very unique taste, and I appreciate it. So there's Delirium, and as you know, Sam, I'm sure, but there's Duvel too. Like those are the two. Although Duvel. Definitely Delirium. Well, Delirium gets you messed up. If I recall correctly, we were talking about this a couple weeks ago. What was it? Someone said, "Oh, maybe start with Duvel, then you get Delirium when it's time to get delirious." Belgian Strong. I'm glad someone mentioned Belgian beer because I'm going to tell my wife that. She's going to laugh. Drink seasonal pale ales right now. Okay, for Dusty. Yep. Euphoria from Scott. Oh, I don't know those. Sours, Pilsner, great with nachos and tacos. Oh, cheers, Space Burrito. Cheers, welcome. I hope you had a nice week. Oh, with nachos and tacos. Oh, that interesting. All three of those are good with nachos and tacos. That's the thing. So you always think about wines. What wines pair with your dinner? But the beers can pair with this stuff too, right? I don't know if you've ever seen that in menus, but that's true. Golden Drac. Oh, cheers, Adam. I don't know if I said what up, but Golden Drac. I don't even know some of these. You could probably order a lot of stuff. Like there's usually stuff's like whether it's local or not, but these days you could probably get a lot of stuff just online. Oh, Johan is here. Cheers, Johan. All right, sick. Let's go. Yeah, they got a ton of beers there. All right, let me scroll back up. I don't think I'm too far behind. This is good. Okay. Ah, shit. Okay, decent probability it will get better. What are you talking about, Fox? Step function type better. Damn, what are you talking about, Fox? Shit. Oh, okay. Did I miss some shit? Okay. I want to see Cohen respond on TV to Kramer. Oh, that would be sick, Polygon. I was saying months ago, wait for Ryan Cohen to make the media rounds, right? He took a little bit, I mean, he took a different path. He took the activist, change shit up, which I didn't know at the time, right? I didn't know what type of, whatever. But once he was talking about stuff, I thought the market would be like, oh, okay, Ryan Cohen's getting involved here. And people, now there's still chatter, but it's a little bit different chatter. But yeah, imagine if he respond publicly on there. I highly doubt it, but I like to talk about that, Polygon. That'd be sick. Okay. Oh fuck, shit. That's my dreams. Would be amazing to see them chat. Yeah, Jordan thinks that too. Numbers didn't suck though. I didn't think anyone's back. Yep. Nice show. Oh, teams got head fake. Okay. Decent probability get better. Okay. I assume you're talking about the quarterly stuff. Okay. Decent probability will get better. Step function type better. That's true. So. Okay, I like that, Fox. Yep. That's what he means by head fake, huh? It might just be people thinking just like this gradual improvement, but imagine a step up. That'll catch people by surprise. That's right. And this is what's been happening this whole year, Fox. As Fox knows, what people have been doing has been generalizing. Fox says you can't generalize in a same store sale constraint or SS constraint. SS constrained quarter, same store, whatever. A constrained quarter at the tail end of the console. It's like, I think people have been doing this all year. They've been making this mistake not only on the performance front, but also on the digital physical mix front. I believe they've been drawing the wrong conclusion because a lot of stuff tilts more digital, and Miles is on the stream talking about that. Had his own model, but folks tilt more digital in those later years, and in the early years they tilt more physical. So they were drawing the wrong conclusion from the secular risks, physical games, and blah blah blah. Even though it's happening, it's going slower than people think. But because of what was happening in this year, in late 2019 and 2020, they were like they was accelerating things and they were making the wrong inference. And now what Fox is saying here too, it's continuing to happen through Q3, where people see this performance and they think, they still suck. They still suck. And it's a mistake. It's a mistake. It could be a major mistake. We'll have to see. Okay. In the middle of a pandemic, no less, which removes GME's main advantage, which is the physical stores. That's right. So it could be a bit of a, but the question is, when does that subside? When are people going to be like in stores a bit more, and maybe they can pursue social news a little more? So is it a perpetual risk, or does it subside anytime soon? That's fair, but so Alex talking about a Q4 conference call live stream. So people said that on the last stream, Alex. I think we would go that path because I didn't do it this time because I thought you want to analyze, but you want to like digest it, like how it's hard to do a stream if you're trying to. I don't know what I'm doing. Number one. Number two is I didn't think if you're trying to do trying to do the stream or whatever. There's nothing to talk about because we're listening to stuff, right? But people they say, oh, I just heard this, I just heard that, and you can share stuff in the stream. That makes sense to me, and it went over my head. And so for the next time, I think we would. I think that was a good recommendation for folks to cheers to everybody out. And you too, Alex. Good idea. More standing by GME's management performance during the call. Okay. Yeah, I heard that Disney, people were optimistic about Disney. Q4 numbers due to supply chain. Yep. So the Q4 could be impacted by supply chain stuff, but again, could just be bumped to Q1 to Q2, but it's indeed something to keep an eye on. So yep, and Fox is saying not expecting full supply only in spring. But this is the thing. So indeed, if you're like I already mentioned this, but if you're that short term focused, short term thesis, be careful because I mean Fox here saying he doesn't expect steady supply until spring. If that happens, it could be Q4 is not as strong as some people think, but Q1 and Q2 will be inflated relative to people's original expectations. You know what I mean? Now it could be that it could impact GameStop because well. If it gets delayed, are they less likely to go into stores or something like that? That's a conversation worth having. But if not, and it's just stuff is getting delayed and it's less lumpy because it's drawn out a little bit, well, then maybe it's just going to be inflated later. That's the conversation to have. That's why I've never. I mean, I understand why people do it, but like I don't even think about it. Everyone was so what's Q3 going to be? What's Q3 going to be? I don't care. It was always going to be the last quarter. And even Q4, I still, like I said, Q4 could still break it. If they drastically underperformed, I'm like, holy shit. If it can't be accounted for by way of decreased or limited supply, then I got to reassess. But I'm like, rarely just like one quarter's performance have that much of an impact on everything. So everyone's always so focused on the next quarter. But I'm like, the market will price in what the fair value is and what the trajectory, blah, blah. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. Some guidance. Yep. See the Bears take. Seems the Bears take is really priced in here. Yep, I agree with Jordan. I still think the big chart of the bearish thesis continues to be priced in. Not as priced in as it was when the stock was at damn $3 or $4, right? I mean that was ridiculous. But I still don't think I still think the company trades at a deep discount. So. You know what I mean? They might say like, "Oh, Q3 wasn't as strong as we thought," and I'm like, "So you saw me tweet that every time GameStop falls 10%, you get the GME bears come out the woodwork, being like, "I told you this company is dead, you idiots!" Every single time, and I'm just like, "That's legit how it is." I'm like, "What do you?" Yeah, it's sold off. It's like that's what I mean. It certainly didn't break the bull thesis, but it also didn't validate the bear thesis. We still need to see how stuff goes. But I continue to think a lot of it's priced. So a drop down to $13.50 or $14. I just think a lot of it's some of this bearish stuff is already priced in. That's why we're still. You know what I mean? Like you have a quarter that underperforms based on some people's perception, and the stock is still at $14. I don't know. That's right, Fox. Cheers. And so I almost tweeted this out. Fox saying how you can see the weak hands on this channel. How dare you, Fox? How dare you? How do I ban a person? Let me see. How do I put someone in timeout? Let me just see. Generally the weekend. That's what I always say. The quick initial knee-jerk sell-off, the first blame should be put on week longs. That's what it should be. People who are betting on some big short squeeze type stuff, they're the ones who sell. And but indeed, as Fox says, we're back. It's not even a month, Fox. Right? As Fox knows, he's just trying to make his point. We were here 2 weeks ago. What is this? What's the date there? November 25th. We were here 2 weeks ago. Or is it 3 weeks? 2 weeks ago we were here. I think it's a riot. That's what I mean. Like, you got people taking victory laps. You got people taking victory laps on the stock price collapsing to where it was November 25th. November 20. It's absurd. Now, the reverse is true, too. There's no reason to take victory laps when the stock is up on the break. It's noteworthy. But you don't take victory laps. Like I keep saying, if the stock was done rising at $16, $17, something was wrong with my thesis. I've said that. There's no, you don't take victory laps in the same thing. Like, you can't be taking victory laps at 13. If you're bearish, something's wrong with your thesis. If that, and we were just here a little while ago. So that's what I mean. Like, for me, and for people who have been long-term bullish on GameStop for the past year, if you think I got these glasses on tonight because I'm crying, I'm holding back tears on a gigantic 20% pullback to 13, 14, you mistaken. That's basically took us back to early October price. No, it's not early October. Oh, granted. Okay, so T Tree saying took us back to where we were early October, granted. But then the question is, was early October ahead of itself? I don't know. I know that it pulled back down in the sell-off. All I see is that on average we're kind of in that same place. That's what I would think. So I would say, yeah, sure, where we were in early October, but also where we were in late November. What's the right price? It's a bit of a quagmire. You know what I mean? So just look at like the average ballpark range, and we're kind of flat. You know what I mean? It's so it's a very trade for many. Yeah, there could be some weak hands, but okay. So Rod thinking some of the shorts are betting on zero. I don't understand how you can. I mean, I don't want to say on a stand because I know I'm not 100% sure. I'll always know that, but I just think the stock was at sub $3, and short interest was at the time, what was it, 50 million, and there was no meaningful closures. Come on, ridiculous. Oh, sorry, Rod, I read your first sentence. Let me see. Betting on zero. Interestingly, the options trade may imply they're beginning to derail. Oh, okay. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Oh, night and day. Okay, so Stretch talking about some interviews they watched with Cohen and Christopher, and that it's completely different, night and day when comparing to management's tone on this conference call. Interesting. Thanks for sharing, Stretch. Yeah. Oh, good point, Jordan. Yeah, good and worth bringing up at this time. Jordan saying, "Hey, Cohen is a part of the story here. I understand he isn't the CEO, but I don't see him leaving. If this was a trade, he could have sold some of the 19s, 18s, and 17s." It's a great point. I mean, it validates what other reasons. We have other reasons to believe that, right, Jordan? And I know you know that, but it's an additional point to bring up. And we've said this about some other long-term holders too, right? That like Senvest and Must and I just forget the other one. Oh, the billionaire. Foss. They haven't sold this whole time either. Noteworthy. Then it's all the way up to 19, and now the 10 days passed. No sales. Interesting, huh? Thanks for that reminder, Jordan. Oh, I didn't see that. Did he just post it on like LinkedIn or something? I didn't see that post, Kazuya. To be clear, Fox. Fox said, "I spent hours joy gazing at the slides that they've been putting it together on their pillars of transformation, and now they're bad storytelling." As I recall, I can't remember what I did at the time. First of all, that's fair. How many times did I bring up this presentation? But if I recall correctly, I can't recall correctly. But I thought I was saying how, and maybe it was more recently, and I didn't at the time. I honestly can't remember. But the bullet points themselves were items that they were working on. But what is missing from this? Maybe it was recently that I mentioned this, and that's why this is fair. What the bullet points themselves are things that they're working on. We were brainstorming in the chat about they're working toward this esports stuff or all the blah blah blah. They're working toward these bullet points. But what's missing from 4 pillars is a story that goes with it. And no, if you got just bullet points on the slides, it's not a story. It's just they're working on it. So when people say, oh, they're not working on this, they're not working on that, well, they're working on it. And that's what I keep on saying. They're working on the nuts and bolts and cutting costs and improving inventory turns. And these things are on their radar. They haven't really begun working on these two pillars in earnest, but they're on their radar. They're not oblivious to them. But bullet points on a slide are not a story. And I mean, I know you're having a laugh, justifiably. I did bring this up a bunch, but that's what I would say is that I'm typically just pointing out they're not oblivious to this stuff. It's on their radar. They are working on it, but storytelling matters. And I haven't watched that Q2 stream, but I feel confident I said the same thing because I remember my take was it wasn't a bad quarter after Q2, but I was just hoping for more. Is that there should have been more stuff in the Microsoft, the announcement afterward, and the omni-channel stuff they were talking about in that big PR in late September. That was good. But they didn't, you know what I mean? Like that high overarching story, which sadly is one of the best ones is Cohen. it's like a ripping GameStop apart. And but that's what, anyway, to modestly defend myself against. But wait a second, where's that timeout button again? Where's that timeout button? Shit. Oh, I need a drink. Okay, talk about likelihood of timing of Cohen responses. I've been wondering about that too. Right now, just been watching price actions. I will take it. You saw me. I made that tweet about, we got an emoji, which is nice. But seriously, I think where is it? Oh, right there. Like he responded. He not responded in earnest, blah blah blah. But like he said something where he had never said anything before, and I thought, hey, that's better than nothing. There's nothing there. There's nothing to glean from it. But he could have been quiet. And there would have been like, does he even say anything? And what he's retweeting, I thought it's marginal. But now a legitimate response. Like I said, things we were watching following that conference call. Watch the price action, which we're doing. Watch Cohen's response. We didn't get a substantive one yet. I'm hoping that we do in the short term. But I think even this, I don't want to say it speaks volumes, but it's kind of like a head nod to look at this. Look at the response to this earnings readout in light of what I had said in my letter. You know. But I'm hoping he did. I'm hoping for something. Like I said, I think he's incentivized to respond sooner rather than later. And again, it would be great if he doesn't have to respond at all, and they come to a resolution behind the scene. That would be. I think that's the optimal outcome for investors. At this point, I like Ryan Cohen is the one talking up that stuff the most. It just so happens it's him. And in that light, if he's on board and providing guidance or advice in whatever capacity, I don't really give a shit because I think that Ryan Cohen is good for perceptions. Like Rod was saying, perceptions are reality, and he gives a face to that upside that the Bulls did not have 4 months ago. When I uploaded look at that first GameStop video I uploaded. I had to heavily discount that tremendous upside if they successfully executed on turnaround. I had no choice. I had too little to go off of. And I still don't have enough. To assign a high probability to it. But I've definitely said this many times on past streams. Ryan Cohen getting involved and talking about some of this stuff has given me higher confidence that there is something there. I'm not totally crazy. I'm definitely a little bit crazy. I mean, you could look at this. I mean, I'm definitely a little bit crazy. Come on. I mean, that's obvious. But as far as the upside for GameStop goes, I'm not completely crazy. And that's why just Ryan Cohen's involvement is good. So if they come to a resolution, quite frankly, I'm not even sure I care so much what it is, because if he's on board with whatever it is, then that means, and he's a huge investor in GameStop. You know what I mean? Like, he's a way, way bigger investor in GameStop than all of us. And so if he's on board with whatever the hell it is, that's okay with me. And he clearly gets it. You know what I mean? He gets it. He gets it. I just wanted someone who gets it. Okay, let me keep going. I feel like I was so close to being cut up, and I blow it. Ooh, probability being assigned here. What the hell is this? Ooh, thank you, Fox, for sharing. 25 to 50% probability in response. I like that. So you're saying there's a chance. 25 to 50%. Thank you for sharing that, Fox. Like a Jordan. Jordan so much. Jorge, I can't check that ticker, Jorge. Jorge, here we go, Jorge. Watch this. Sorry, I should have done this. Jorge, look. I can't look it up. I look up GVAC. You give me these tickers. I can't look them up. I can't look it up. Oh, so Rod's thinking they wait for ICR. And ICR, for what it's worth, from the market's perception last year, that's not to say that that's an indication as to how the market would respond to this stuff this year. It was a nothing burger. Market didn't care last year. For what that's worth, one would think that a lot of the big stuff would have already been announced. But I would say at the ICR, they tell a better story. That part's true. Is that if you look at that ICR conference from last year, there was just more to go on. You saw me pull it up, and you saw me boxing off some of the stuff. But at the same time, it was like the market wasn't like buying into that type of stuff. I think they were still struggling with what it was, but they do tell a better story there. That's true. So you think they'll wait till that? Yeah, okay. So then Jordan says, why wait to have them get a chance to get investors back on their side and correct their story? I see more value for his influence of your response suitor before that they change the tape. It's true, Jordan. It's true. It depends. You know what I mean? Like, it depends. What does he want? What do you want? I don't know. Right, Jordan? And that's, I mean, maybe Jordan, he doesn't want to be as active. I mean, I doubt this, but maybe he doesn't want to be that activist, and he's hoping they tell a better story at the ICR. You know what? I was just trying to play devil's advocate here. He wants them to succeed. And he's like, I don't feel like getting out of bed, and just figure it out yourselves. In which case, he's like, well, let me just wait to see what the head say at ICR, you know? And that will be just after their holiday results, right. So this is true, and Danny runs with what Jordan's saying shareholder sentiment will never be more on his side than right now. It seems unlikely that ICR is going to, whatever they announce at ICR, would move in favor of Cohen. I agree with that. Opens the door for strong guidance on holiday sales and a possible shift in sentiment. I agree with that, Danny. Yep, and Dr. Crit, it could be Microsoft controls that narrative. Maybe they can't even talk about it. That's a possibility. Again, from a competitive standpoint, I'm not sure it makes sense to, but... Okay, so this is true too. Oh, maybe is this where Rob was running with that? Maybe if they go to ICR and they blow... That's the thing. They're not going to blow it at ICR. They can blow it at the holiday readout, which could be part of it. But the ICR is an opportunity to talk stuff up and to tell a story. Before January 1st, good question for the... Oh, this is a good question for the 8-ball. Okay, we'll do this. Let's do this before the... What time is it? Holy shit, it's 9:30. Why y'all let me talk so much? This is... I'm going to put everyone in time. Hey, Jonathan's back. Welcome, Jonathan. Cheers. Welcome back, Jonathan. JG, happy Friday. Hope you had a good week. Finishing off the Melvin B. Oh, you can. Oh, maybe that's what. Why am I zooming in so close? Oh, because it's the. Oh, maybe it's the page I have up. Let me check this again. Is that it? Oh, that's even better. What the hell did I have up? Oh, it was this. Oh, yeah. Maybe that messes with that. I don't know. Sexual vision in detail, which makes sense. Cruise control in the house. Cheers, Jen. Hope you had a good week. I know. I'd hope we hear about the ad opportunity too, Ron. Jeez, I feel like that. I feel like there's tremendous upside there, and I can't run with it. I can't. I need more from management specifically. I'd like to hear. I'd take it from Ryan Cohen. Like if he has thoughts on that too, but specifically management, like their progress and stuff. You'll be quite disappointed then. So fundamental. You may get more of that. It doesn't need to be everything. Oh, yeah. I agree with Fox here. That's the thing. I'm kind of missing the... We're not going to get too much detail on that type stuff, I don't think. He's incentivized not to say too much about it. You know what I mean? Which is exactly what they did, as you said. Offering is terrible if management review. I don't know. You talk about downward pressure. What downward pressure? You know what I mean? Like the stock's up 4x from the lows. It's which is exactly what they is downward pressure. I mean, maybe you're saying specifically call out the circumstances with the short interest and that stuff. The emoji had zero meaning. Well, the emoji itself. But the response, I wouldn't say zero meaning. No, I don't agree with that. I'm gonna say zero meaning. Zero meaning. Zero meaning is if you say nothing or emoji. Emoji is more meaningful than nothing. A response, even a tweet. But I agree. Not running with it too far, right? Absolutely, you don't run with that too far. He's acknowledging. I think that's the thing. It's kind of it aligns with his letter. It's aligning with his letter, and that's the thing. Many of us would have thought this anyway. We would have assumed he's kind of like, look at this shit. Don't you see my letter is right? We would have assumed this would have been his response based on the stock price selling off on that conference call and everything. And this is just kind of validating what we figured would have been response. That's all. That's not nothing to me. I don't think that's nothing. I mean, it increases the odds of that. Maybe Fox, you may say, well, it's a foregone conclusion. Of course that's going to be his response, but I don't think that way. Yep, could be a 4 class. Welcome 4 class. Cheers. Happy Friday. Yeah, and I agree with Rod. It's also hilarious. When I retweeted Let's Go, I was gonna say, I'm laughing my ass off. That says I love my ass off. Let's go. I thought it was so funny. I don't know Ryan Cohen. Is he hilarious? Does he have a terrific sense of humor? Because this was great. I agree with you, Rod. Oh, it's dying. He is an activist investor. Got attorneys up the wazoo. Got everything covered. Writing these letters that he sends out an emoji like this. Like, is that a thing? Has this ever been done before, where activist investors respond to this type of stuff in such a humorous way? Not that I know of, which makes it extra funny. Yes, I agree with T-Tree. It had meaning, but people are reading too much into it. I agree with that, T-Tree. Keep it easy. Oh, cheers, Super Saucy. I appreciate you sharing that. Trust this management is team. I trust them in a certain way. You know what I mean? I don't know what specifically I said, Super Saucy. Their focus is defense from Ryan Cohen, not the company. Oh, I disagree with that. $100 million at the money offering is defense against Ryan Cohen. It ain't. But as far as trusting the management goes, if there was something specific I said, but I still believe that they've done an okay job, that they've done it. And if they continue, just removing Ryan Cohen for just a second, but if they continue to execute over the next 12 months, I believe they would have been viewed as an all-star team. They're lacking in storytelling, but at the end of the day, if they presented the fundamentals over the next 4 quarters, you'd have no choice. Money would have no choice but to buy into it. But that's the thing. You get the investors on the sideline being like, well, I don't know. We can't be certain you're going to execute. What the hell do we know? We don't have enough information. But, I don't know. They've done a decent job up till this point. I can't trust them in certain areas. I don't think that that's fair. But you can disagree with my level of belief in the management. That's fair, Super Saucy. Right? Of course. You could say you're buying into them too well. But from what I've seen so far, and I've had a thesis for quite a while, and I've been keeping a close eye on them, they were doing okay. And if there's what specifically, my question to you, Super Saucy, would be, what specifically causes you to mistrust them? Maybe it's the word trust that's kind of thrown me for a loop. You do know me to say in some ways, in some areas, you got to trust the management at some point because we just don't have enough information as outside investors. And I've repeatedly had to say that with this team, with this management team. But I don't agree that they're focused on defense from Ryan Cohen. I don't see what you're seeing to suggest that. Oh, Magus, welcome. Welcome back. Okay, so here Fox says, this is tied to the At the Money offering. We're going to use the cash to hire a bunch of e-commerce and UX experts, probably spend it on consulting firms as well to help guide us through cost cutting as we navigate this long turnaround. I know. I would say Fox, yeah, maybe not. But indeed, right? There's a good probability that's what it's going to be used for. Absolutely. You know what I mean? That's just part of the generic turnaround type stuff that isn't especially sexy. It might be sexier than what they said, which is nothing. General corporate purposes, but indeed, it's not that much sexier. I'd agree with that. But I guess part of the question, Fox, is why go with an at-the-money offering in lieu of other potential funding options? Right. You could, even Rod saying, I'd like to see a little bit more. That it's specifically geared toward what they're focusing on, right? I don't think that my point was the market's not going to respond, and Rod's not saying this, but the market doesn't see what Fox is saying, that line, and respond positively to it. That's not enough to get them sexy. But for someone like Rod, who's got management under a microscope, being like, do they even have the right story here? He's saying if they gave that level of detail, then he'd be like, all right, at least they can see what's going on. Even if the market's still, it's not enough for the market. I get that. But for analysts here who are trying to piece stuff together, like Rod trying to assess the quality of the management team and me trying to assess, the probability of this upside, I'll get it. I know. That's why. So Jordan saying Ryan Cohen saying it is different. Sentiment matters more than numbers. Jordan, that was why I said in that latest tweet, is there a sentiment shifting catalyst? Because sentiment is important to this type of stuff, and it's a big reason GameStop has traded at a discount price for as long as it did. Oh, you're not convinced they understand what they need? I like the phrase. I agree with the phrasing. I'm not saying that they definitely do, Rod. But again, my default is often with management teams that they do. That's not to say they definitely do. I'm not saying that. But again, and especially in light of kind of how they've executed over the past 18 months, I'm inclined to believe that they do know what they're doing here. And this is partly what Super Saucy's calling me out for, right? Is that, at some point, no management team is beyond reproach. Hopefully everyone knows I am certainly not saying that. I don't think that. But I look at historical performance. And I have repeatedly, you've heard me repeatedly say this on the street. That's the thing. Some people did disagree with me over the couple of months. I was here having similar conversations after Q2, after the stock sold off, defending management, the stock price rose, it tripled, and people, that was Ryan Cohen. All right, fine. But I don't know. I have kept a close eye on them, and and Burry felt the same way. I felt that same way for that vote. And they were kind of on the right path, it seemed to me. And I haven't seen enough that has broken that these past couple of quarters. I'm not saying it was optimal or they didn't. There was missed opportunities or they could have done better. I'm not saying that, but to suggest that I can't trust them at all, no, I disagree with that. There's just not enough to go off of because of a $100 million at the money offering, which indeed, with 2020 let's see what happens. But it could be that it was a brilliant idea. You know what I mean? It could be that way. Can you entertain that? Even if you don't think that, even if you assign low probability, can you entertain that possibility that the move will look terrific? You can disagree with me. That's okay. I don't know. And many people, many times have disagreed with me. And I've had the wrong takes many times. You've seen that. But I feel as though some of my opinions are grounded in reason. Some of them, all of them, I don't know. And so it's okay to disagree, but I'm not pulling out of my ass, you know what I feel the same way about other people in the chat who this is why I say it's great when people share their thoughts on this stuff because I know where it's coming from. And it's helpful when they assign a probability to this stuff because I know they've done their own due diligence in their own way. We all kind of ascribe our own variation to due diligence, our own opinions, our own backgrounds, our own expertise. But it's helpful. Blah, 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 blah. I do a 3-hour stream with a blah, 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 blah. Jeez. Yeah, I'm curious too, Michael, how they perceive Cohen getting involved, right? How the management team perceives, especially after following the letter. Yeah, okay. Tea Tree wants a grand plan about how they intend to reinvent themselves. You know, if we never get super detailed, but I do agree there could be a better story being told. It's not, I don't even mean it's easy. It's like it's difficult. It's difficult to do. I don't even mean you know what I like. It's not like they're up against legitimate secular risks. It's real, and it's not like an easy story to tell. But I do think it would help the cause. Oh, okay. I appreciate it. So Maga's saying even if the price went up 20%, I would still say that call was crap. And that may be, right? You know, I'm not calling out anyone individually. I mean the broad, if you look at social media, in people's general takes, in the blockbuster references, I just about guarantee, generally speaking, we would have had a vastly different average sentiment out there with stuff. But individually, you may be. That's fair. You got to be real with yourself. Okay, Jen agrees. 100. Oh shit, am I this far behind? When did I say that? Oh shit. 100% different stream. Cheers, Jen. Cheers. Attitude would be totally different. That's right. And I'm not even gonna put myself above that. It would probably impact me too. That's what I mean. Like I'm trying to be as objective as I can. I'm trying not to let that price action impact me. This is why I say, like, some of these, when I say it's it can objectively be a good move in at the money offering, and I'm not going to let the price action dictate otherwise. You can't change my mind on that. But even still, you know what I mean. At the end of the day, we're all humans. We fall victim to biases. It's hard to get away from that stuff. Thinking fast, thinking slow, system 1, system 2, hard to get away from it all. Versus Sherman, deep, thorough laid out plan. I don't agree with this at the money stuff. Stabilize and right. Well, I kind of super saucy saying, hey, this stabilize and optimize shit. We're beyond this. I mean, I kind of agree with that, right? Right here, super saucy. Yeah, saying, hey, we're beyond this. We got to do it. We got to get to the. For the stabilize and optimize. So when it gets to the transform phase, right? That's why it's December 2020. I thought we were going to be closer, and I agree with that, super saucy. We need vision. We need growth. Yep. Product extensions this quarter. Yeah, not much on the product. It's like, wasn't it like, notably. It was like notably. Oh shit, I'm behind. Okay, I got to keep going. I think you're responding to the Melvin. Oh. Okay, I'll catch up. Yeah, some easy ideas. Row. GameStop. A strong bearish taste. Rob. Oh shit. It's got an oaky flavor. Oh, I'm so far behind. I apologize. And then I get it's got an oaky taste to it. Racer 5 all the way. Is Racer 5 a beer, Dr. Crit? Let me see. I missed that one. Oh, it is. Okay, I got it up. Cool. Oh, roll out. Got that up. Yep. Buddha beer. Heard the Buddha beer. Oh boy. Oh, it just jumped ahead of me and everything's gone. This is like the beginning of Terminator 2, and like everything is. Shit. I might not even be behind anymore. I might not even be behind. Oh, okay. I'm a little bit behind. Just keep going. So everyone be concerned of mine that came up to anything else. How much the console mix will be pure D2C going for it. They lost a bunch of launch share to Sony and Microsoft. That's right. That some of it's tilted toward direct to consumer stuff. Yep. Direct to consumer stuff from Sony and Microsoft. Yep. That eating into GameStop share. Legitimate risk. Yep, and Fox the single most negative thing they said. Yep. You know what I mean? If they're going straight, that eats away a GameStop share. It does. That's a fact. And this is the case not just with, the console manufacturers, but everything, right? I mean, games, everything goes directly to consumers, and you eat away. That's the thing. Does GameStop add enough value for some of these suppliers and customers and so forth? I believe they still do, but there are still risks toward the business model. The question is how much of that value add in relation to this other stuff and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so Dr. Crit said, was it 20%? I don't know if that number's accurate, but excuse me, jeez. Oh, so Jordan agreed. Jordan, you on this 200 to 300 shelf too? Think it would have been too much for the market to handle? Okay, it could be. I'm speculating here. I don't know. I was just guessing, but I'm happy to hear at least. I'm totally crazy. Jordan agrees. I would say we talked about this, Daniel, about who might benefit. Also, cheers, Daniel. I don't know if I said what up, but a buyout of GME. I would say like a Microsoft type or a Nintendo type. I always thought those store fronts could be good. Not likely, but especially after the Microsoft partnership, I'm like, something. They were closing their Microsoft stores and everything, but. Oh yeah, it's not a good. Super saucy. Fox agrees with you. This slide. I'm sure you're talking about this. Fox has been making this point for months about the impressiveness of the slide. Yep, Valve and stuff. Yep. Resolutions, 2 board of director. So Dr. Crit saying a resolution, two board of director seats. It gets us there. So I was wondering that, right? He really made a point to see one lone. Where is it? Is it lone board seat? One lone seat. So that it begs the question: how about more than one seat? How about 2 seats? Is it 4 seats? You know what I mean? And I was talking about an advisory role too, which by itself maybe isn't enough. But what if it's 2 board seats and an advisory role of some sort? You know, maybe a board seat's adequate. But you know what I mean? Like I don't know, but that could be a potential. Although I'm all for this, toss out ideas as to what could be a potential resolution. I know many people are thinking CEO, and I always said the chances of that have drastically increased, but it's not 100%. What other potential resolutions could they have? Anyway, that's a good one. Could get us there, Doctor. Oh, Jorge, yeah, how far? So I can say, how far back does this chair decline? I can do this. Watch this. What if I did the stream like this? All right, so shit. All right, so GameStop. So you see the chart. The price action is doing really good. And look, oh shit, is this thing gonna tip over on me? Okay, it goes all the way. I can go all the way down, Jorge. Watch this. Oh shit, no, that's as far back as I can go. It's hard to analyze charts like this, though. Ugh. Oh, Uber's back. Uber's back. T-Tree says, what is that? Nice looking tombstones. Yeah, yeah. These are from These are directly from PowerPoint. Many of us know these, huh? I know. I don't know these tickers, Jorge. I need some. I think the ticker needs to be on U.S. exchanges. Among Us and Rigo. It's hard. You can't immediately make yourself flush, though, huh? Maybe I'll get some makeup. I'll get some flush. I'll put some. I mean, blood. What do you? I'll ask my wife. Make me look. Paint me like one of your French girls. Best defense against activists is good results. That's right. The problem with GameStop, the question is, are these results? The results might be taking too long. You know. I don't know. It could just well, the best results. I agree with that. Period. The next best one could tell a better story. Because it's a defense against Ryan Cohen. They couldn't do preferred shares, but it wouldn't be too blatant. At the money shelf, they were able to have a shitty. I don't agree with this. It's $100 million. It's 6 million shares. Poison pill is way cleaner. You're not going to stop a Ryan Cohen. Are you suggesting that there's going to be more at the money? What do you? 100 million does not stop a Ryan Cohen. I'm not seeing it. Take them serious? You don't even take them seriously because they've done well. I tell you. I tell you why, Superside, because they've done well. I've been tracking them since they've taken over, and they've done well on this front. I'm not saying they've been perfect or anything like that. I can take them seriously based on the historical performance, and there is not enough in this conference call or the former one to suggest that I can't take them seriously. We can disagree with maybe certain aspects of the story that they're telling or certain decisions here or there, but by and large, they've done okay. To suggest that we can't take them seriously, strongly disagree with that. It's not like I'm saying get away Ryan Cohen, let this team work. You know I'm not saying that, Saucy. But I think this language is too strong. And other people are saying this too, right? And so I'm seriously thinking about this because I don't want to be wrong. Doing my best. I'm doing my best. I love you, but I hope you're on my live. Cheers, Super Saucy. I choose to take that as a compliment. Oh shit, everything's gone. Oh shit, and then people I see the people who posted message retracted. Who is that? Oh, am I this far behind? Wait a second. Oh, those all disappeared. Did those disappear? Oh, they must. The message retracted must disappear when I scroll. Oh no, they're still there. Okay, Among Us and Hugo. I know, Michael. That was mentioned before. Taking live calls on voiceover. Maybe down the line. As the channel evolves. But some of these would just be better as a back and forth, right? Like I get that. Do other streams do that, by the way? Is there like it sounds like a radio. People call in. Let's check let's check line 1 here. We got oh man, I don't want to mess up your last name, Michael. I don't want to say Macedo. I want to say, but the C, Michael Macedo, Macedo. I think of Mercado. So if it's like Mercado, then I'll say Michael Macedo. We got Michael Macedo on line 1. What do you have to say about the Ryan Cohen and George Sherman drama? Oh shit. Okay. Look away for a minute and the whole chat disappears. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly, Dusty. But I'm getting used to it now. And it's okay. I can understand people doing what they got to do. No problem. No problem. I only joke. I joke. Hey, Azul. Welcome back. Happy Friday. Oh, shit. There's another cup and handle for Rigo. I get enough time to do another cup and handle cupception. Okay, Uber thinks it's going to be flat. How do I take the opposite of that? How do I bet? Can I get odds against the... Just joking. Oh, Alex, that is a line. Alex says, I'm not behind. Alex says, I'm not behind. I'm digital first omnichannel. Oh, shit. Cheers, Alex. That is a great line. Oh, that's good. Oh, I'm jealous. I wish I thought of that. Oh, great line. Terrific. Oh, yeah, this is good. I'm not too far. I keep on thinking I gotta just keep on scrolling, but I feel like I'm real close. Did you spend 2 hours discussing that slide, or was it 20? I've definitely had it up a lot. But this is your point stands. Point taken. Point taken. But I stand they're not oblivious to those bullet points, but even still, point taken. 16. Now they are cute. I mean, Hugo with these damn tickers. Oh, if I can't pull it up, don't count, Hugo. It doesn't count. Doesn't count. Sorry. A lot of tickers I can't pull. Are they all Canadian tickers? You know what I mean? Like, seems like there's a surprisingly large percentage of the tickers tossed out there I can't pull up on stock charts. Oh, that's a good point, Super Saucy. Super Saucy saying 2 seats get him majority with Hestia, Permit, and Simon. Do we think Hestia and Permit are fully on board with Ryan Cohen? I wonder. Just because he's anti-management and they were anti-management decisions up to that point? I can get on board with that. Oh, I like that, Super Saucy, yeah. I mean, if you include Simon, too, I'm okay with that. Good point. Cheers, Super Saucy. That's a great point. All right, same's going to happen with these, Hugo. We got the early word. Oh, you like these early ones, Hugo. You like these early ones. These aren't my cup of tea, as you know, but they've been working. All right, that one don't count. Wait, let me try again. Oh, I didn't copy it all. These are good charts. They're not bad charts. Tesoro. There was a refiner by the name Tesoro, but I think they merged with another refiner. But I was bullish on that company. But I don't know Tesoro Enterprises. I don't know that one, Johan. Yeah, Rob. Streaming from my isolation tank recliner. Oh, shit. Hey, Gage. Welcome, Gage. Welcome. Oh, you're gonna get a variety of opinions on that. Where do we see the stocks heading over the next couple of months? That's a good question, right? Hopefully up. Hey, welcome, Mark. Welcome, Mark. Talking about oh, there are articles there, but yeah, whether or not they're if shit unfolds closer to the meeting next year. As I understand it, there are like ways around that. I think generally that's how it works, but I try to keep like an open mind. I'm like be prepared for anything. But typically that's how it works, but who the hell knows? Okay, so Super Saucy said, I take seriously their ability to cost cut. I don't take seriously their vision nor their ability to transform. That's fair, Super Saucy. This isn't a hill I'm going to die on. And I've said that many times. They have succeeded thus far on a number of these nuts and bolts, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't necessarily mean they will succeed in this second round of transforming their business or that vision. That's fair. It is not the same. But it also doesn't mean that they will fail. I think that's a mistake to think that they will fail. And you might say, well, they're not telling a compelling enough story to me to think that they will succeed. But let me tell you what matters more than a sexy story is successful execution. And just because, and this, I'm critiquing them on their storytelling, Megan, because this stuff, I feel as though this stuff matters. But actually successfully executing the transformation, it carries significantly more weight over the long term than the story itself. And it can be a mistake to think that because someone is a bad storyteller or they're not bullish enough, their tone isn't good enough, you might draw the wrong conclusion. Hopefully it's clear. I'm not saying that stuff doesn't matter, because clearly it does. I'm picking up on this. You're picking up on this. Ryan Cohen's picking up on this. But I'm just saying it's a mistake to think that they can't, they lack the vision, they won't execute, they can't do any of this stuff, when I think that they could. I just think, I also think that Ryan Cohen might be able to tell a better story, but he might be just as capable. This is really tough analysis that I would encourage folks to be careful weighting too heavily. This is tough to do. It's you kind of lean one way. You do, like, there's just so much uncertainty. It's hard to have really high conviction. If I may just toss this out here, Super Sazi, what if it's Ryan Cohen's like, I don't want to lead this ship. I have some good ideas. I just think we should start moving in that direction, but I think generally you're on the right path. This letter kind of suggests otherwise. He's really knocking them. That maybe that's not possible. I'm just, what if it did happen? What if it did? And then, like, all right, but he thinks with more guidance that I might have, and maybe 2 board seats and more control over the board, I'll be able to push stuff in the right direction. But he doesn't think that they're total fools if he were involved with stuff as well. You know, it's messy. It's messy. But your point is a good one. I appreciate you sharing that. Hey, what's up, Drasky? Welcome back. I don't know how much new we'll get out of ICR. If something were going to come, I think it would come out outside of ICR. I don't think you're not going to get something new for what that's worth. That's my guess. Oh, good question from Fox. What would you like to see from them transformation-wise? Exactly. You know what I mean? Like, they haven't had the opportunity to execute yet. That's my thing. I want more of a, I've said that, blah, 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 but okay, I wonder where Fox is going with this. Oh, I'm scrolling. Macedo. Thank you. Thank you, Michael Macedo. There we go. I got it wrong with both of those. My apologies, Michael. My apologies. Michael Macedo. That's a nice name. Macedo. I like that. Macedo. Oh, it was right there. Oh, okay. Hey, EO, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, I don't know about, I wouldn't say bad week. It sounds silly because the stock price is down 20%, but in light of what could have been, I don't think it was I don't think it was it wasn't good, but it wasn't bad. I wouldn't say bad. I've said my thoughts on that. Not ideal. Suboptimal, no doubt. Tennis rackets, Jordan, yeah. No big deal. Tons of $1 billion. $1 trillion market cap ahead of us. Yep, I agree with Uber. 50-day, and it is supportive, right? 50. Here's the 50-day moving average right there. Was it the red line? Red line. And so far it is. I'm seeing that too, Uber. And the trend line. The trend line and the 50-day moving average, how convenient that they're coinciding. Oh, yeah. Cheers. Okay, peace out, Dr. Crit. Have a nice weekend. Live next quarter. Yes. Good idea. I blew it this time. I drew the wrong conclusion. I feel like I was wrong about that. Okay, so Daniel doesn't think the short interest is tied to debt arbitrage. That's what many folks have been talking about over the past year, if it was tied to some of that. Hey, Joe. Welcome back, Joe. 100% they are. Wait, what are we talking about? Ryan Cohen gets on there and the multiple expands 2 times. 100% they are. Oh, shit, what are you talking about, Super Saucy? 100% there. Ryan Cohen gets on there and the multiple expands. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm on board with that. If Ryan Cohen's involved, then the multiple, it should. It may not immediately, but. Oh, KCAC merged with QuantumScape. And oh, okay. Gats is back. Hope you had a nice week, Gats, all things considered. Hessian Permit love multiple expansion. That's fair. Stupid. Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm hearing this first from Rigo. Did they authorize the vaccine? Good to go. I heard there was a high likelihood of that, but I'm hearing from Rigo first. Cirque. Oh, it's Richard Branson's SPAC. Oh, everyone's doing SPACs these days. So didn't someone propose a SPAC for GameStop? What they said. Oh, someone said about a SPAC. Oh, someone said it on Twitter about a SPAC for GameStop. That Ryan Cohen went the SPAC path for GameStop. How come it's not here? Maybe is it public? Maybe it's not public yet, Jorge. Oh, digging into PBF. So I don't have. So as far as record, so Rob Wolf asking about PBF. It's funny because it's I know Philly was tracking it there. As it turned out, I had that timely. I haven't tweeted out about many tickers that have looked interesting to me. I mean, many, as you see, I track a lot of companies. A lot of things look interesting, but it's kind of rare where I'm like, oh, this looks especially interesting. So I tweeted out about PBF, and wanted to know it hasn't quite. I don't know if it's doubled. I tweeted out right here, so it hasn't doubled, but it's up 60%. That's not bad. It was already in the port. I mean, it sold off a little bit, right? But oh, no. Maybe it was around here because they had the insider buying. Sorry, Rob. Getting distracted myself with the charts. I would say check out Seeking Alpha. So there was was there a couple on here? Let me try to think. There wasn't too much. I haven't read this one. Oh, but he's a previous author. Let's see. So the first thing, Rob, is PBF specifically. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you. So here's the thing, Rob. GameStop is unique, and I said this in some of my GameStop videos, in that there was a number of really good articles written about the company from respectable analysts who were logical, clear thinking, and I don't have exactly the same views on certain things, but they understood it. For many tickers that I come across and that look interesting, there's not much written out there, which kind of sucks because if you're trying to learn more about it. And so off the top of my head, I don't really remember these. None stand out in my mind, so not enough where I'd be, oh, you definitely want to check this out, Rob. Mine was more just like a statistical type play from the fundamentals in the story of the refiner story. So it's kind of tracking refiners generally. See, it could be if I could track another refiner article. They could maybe talk. Oh, wait a second. This guy write about did he write about IPI years ago? Let me see. No, okay. No, I don't know this guy. Damn. I was gonna say it could be helpful to pull up articles for refiners generally, because if they're taking a bullish tilt, but if the tide is turning for refiners generally, PBF should be a beneficiary. But unfortunately, I don't, Rob. That's here I am taking a long meandering answer to tell you I don't have anything to point you to. Long road, but need to start somewhere. I wish I did. Damn. I was gonna say start with refiners because it will probably just track refiners generally. That's probably what it will do. But unfortunately, I don't recognize any of these authors. But I'll poke around. I'll see if I can find something. Rob. But it did look like one that was pretty compelling. And importantly, there was insider buying and everything. Sometimes I have simple metrics that I go off of. And now hey, first of all, great question, Rob. Like this, these are the types of things that it's this like you're like, what's the story? Where can I learn more about the story? And this is the opportunity, Rob, is that for many stocks there is no story out there. There's minimal story out there. So if you were in like in your current position, you're like, oh, that looks interesting. I came across this ticker because of this or because of that. Where can I learn more about what's actually unfolding here and whether I want to allocate some of my portfolio to it? There's nothing out there. I can't even point you anywhere, and that kind of sucks for you. Like I can point you to some insider buying and how refiners tend to perform in different market environments, and into the charts of some of these stocks, and and there's nowhere to piece it together, and that's kind of that's a challenge with some of these things. So, but I'm glad I'm happy that you're asking about that. And I don't even have an update on the company. I haven't been dialed in too much these past couple of weeks because just been tracking everything broadly. Okay, just jumped ahead, but I see Rob. I see start with refiners. Yeah, I'd start with because watch if I just may do a quick thing. Watch this, Rob. So PBF, right? You see this chart right there. And again, we don't overweight the charts too much, but just to use it as an indication as to what's unfolding in the industry. PBF, VLO. See a little bit similar. They didn't quite retest. It's kind of it's a strong company. HFC, Holly Frontier. See how they're all very similar? So you don't look at too much stuff in isolation. You back up, be like, well, what sector, what industry, what's here happening broadly, and then you might get a better feel for that. And then what can be a good thing, Rob, is like which industries, which sectors are kind of looking good fundamentally, but also technically, and then look for the ones that maybe have been beaten down the most, the ones that were the most speculative. People thought were going to go bankrupt, but then they're not, and then they can go up the most. That was part of my thinking with PBF, but. Generally, it's an energy play too. But it's tied to the economy. When the economy's doing well, some of these can crush it. But look how they do. So this is Holly Frontier. Look at this run, Rob. Look at it. They went from 21, boom, 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 boom. It's not a small company either. Boom, boom, boom. Look, they can trend. They can trend, man. They can trend. All right, let me go back up. I was almost close. I was so close, so close. Michael Macedo. Hugo, bit drunk. Likewise, Hugo. We in the same boat. How strong are these damn things? I don't even know. Oh, it's 7.5%. I'm messed up. Jordan. I just blame Canada. I know there's a lot of Canadians. I never said you. I know Jordan's joking, but I love Canada. I've been there a bunch of times. I forget where you are in Canada, Jordan, but I get some friends up there. It's just easier to blame Canada, right, Jordan? I'm not going to blame stock charts. I'm certainly not going to blame myself. I'm just going to blame Canada. I'm sorry, Jorge, but what am I going to do? These damn Canadians, eh? These damn Canadians. Oh, Fox was around, Gats. Fox was around. Dropping some insights, too. Always great when he's around. Fox is everywhere. That's good. He's everywhere, and he is nowhere. He's Fox. Fox is that analyst on your shoulder, like giving you good ideas. Like you're getting too bullish in your head. You're getting too heady, and Fox is like, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Come on." I just popped in, and we are sweating bullets. Zane, welcome back, Zane. Cheers. I agree with you, Rigo. I agree with you. Rigo says, I don't like how we don't see insiders buying while we are going through a transformation. Big cheers to that. I'm big about that stuff. And I agree. And Jordan has said this many a times on the stream. I have no explanation. That's one point. That's one of my critiques of management. And while a management team not buying into the stock, it can be understandable, right? It's already their livelihood. If the company's in a precarious position, it might not make sense. They themselves might not be security analysts. It might be difficult for them to actually analyze this stuff, right? But all that's there's been negligible buying from them, and that's a critique. And I agree with you, Rigo. It's in here, you know what I mean? In Cohen's 10% owner, he has more at stake financially. But yeah, it would all else equal. It would have been. I would have been way more bullish. Way more bullish is too strong. I would have been more bullish if the management team had been buying in, the board had been buying in more over these 6. Even though I understand why they don't, but nevertheless, good point, Rigo. Yeah. So I was picking. I was saying that. Oh, yep. Uber talking about this. What'd you say? We're stuck between the spinning top post Microsoft right here. Yep. In the 50-day for now. Yep. Oh yeah. Well, I get this. That's what I don't know about stuck, but that's where we are right now. And I mean, Uber already knows this, but like I'm like, what if something comes imminently? Then it's like same thing for earnings. You tilt bullish, but if something comes on the fundamentals that trigger one way or the other, that's what will matter. But for right now. That'll be my base case. Hover around here. Let's see what. But at the same time, so sometimes I've seen this happen where stock sells off, right? And there's nothing crazy to run with here. But like market participants are seeing kind of what you see me share on. This is my what I think biased, but they see the setup with GameStop. The chart is bullish. I don't see how you disagree with that. This 2 to 4 month chart bullish. They see the pullback that remains in line with kind of what's unfolding here. It falls back to this trend line. It's at the 50-day moving average. It's not crazy overbought. It's not oversold. This is still a bullish chart. They see what the short interest is. They see Ryan Cohen get involved. They see what many of us have been seeing for months and for years, and they think, oh, quarterly earnings didn't break the trend? Buy in. This is a good buying opportunity. It sounds so simple. It even sounds stupid. I'm telling you, people do this. And so even if there's no news, it really wouldn't be surprising to me if the stock gets bidding back up to the high end of this range. We break 14, we break 15, we break 16. It could get back up there just because it didn't break. Not because there's been any big, huge, holy shit, they did this, they did that. But prices do this, especially with volatile stocks like this, where the market's like, oh, whoa, back off. And then let's just see what happens here. Not much has happened, and the price is just bouncing around. All right, okay, now it's safe to get back in, given what has been transpiring the past 4 months. I see it, and so but that again, it wouldn't be victory laps at 15, 16. You heard me say this streams ago, where it's like, hey, if we get back up to that range, and then we did, right? Got back up there because a stiff breeze can blow this shit back up there. And because you didn't get a tornado or a hurricane that knocks it back down, we're in the same position we were back in October. So for right now, we're only 3 days in right now. It's still early. You see me say this in the tweets. It is still early. I'm just watching. But don't be surprised if a stiff breeze does come along and it blows it back up to 15, 16, because the market has now seen what things have been digested these past couple of days. They see they see the story that we're all talking about, and now they're willing to get involved again. This is why I'm looking at the charts for some of this stuff, because it kind of helps tell the story of markets generally, and market participants generally, how they're viewing stuff. If it ends next week like below 12, you're going to see me adopt a different outlook on these types of things. But right now it's still intact. And so until the story, I'm not going to change. I'll change my mind when the facts change, right? But right now, still intact. So 14, we were just at 14, right? That shouldn't be that crazy. But even 16, even breaking out back above this, and then people get it like substantiates the move. That's why it's extra bullish. If you get the sell-off and then you bounce off of that, it's extra bullish, because the market's like, oh, that didn't break them? That didn't break the bulls? That didn't break Ryan Cohen? That didn't break the narrative? Let's do this. And GameStop has a lot of unique characteristics that can attract people to the stock. It also scares people away. It's a bit of a balancing act this whole time. That's why it's been so damn volatile. But where the hell am I talking about this? Oh, because Uber talked about that. But yeah, let's just see. I'd like it above the 20-day. I'd like it above the box and all that. But I'm seeing echoes of Q2. I'm seeing echoes of Q2. We know that there was also the Cohen filing and there was other stuff happening there, right? But what if you get another fundamental bullish thing that comes out next week or the week after? And then it's going to be almost identical to Q2. Not quite, because you had a pretty firm retest of previous resistance. You don't really have that much resistance right here, which is why it's, support, I should say. And that's why it's good that it's holding up. It could have went to 12. It could have went to 11. That's how I think about that, and I think it held 13, but and like I said, said this on the last stream. Let's give it 10 days. Let's see how it ends next week, and then let's kind of form an opinion as to how the market's interpreting this stuff. The knee-jerk reaction tends to get overweighted by people over and over again, and then you see people on social media all over the place. People who are on the right side for that short-term price action, like the bearish folks, right? The bearish folks taking their victory laps, and that can be a mistake. And at the same, it can be a mistake for bulls to draw the wrong conclusion, to be like, oh shit, I was wrong about all this stuff. Everything's broken. They are going to zero. That's a mistake too. And that's why you take a measured approach to your analysis, see how the market responds, be patient with some of this stuff, and assess as you go along. You can't assess the market's interpretation of the quarterly earnings based on after hours results or even the next day or even the end of the week. Watch that stuff, but give it a little bit of time. And for Q2, I mean, it's pretty convenient. Bounce right back in within a week, right? But same thing. And if it happens again, laughable, right? Because it's identical to Q2, which so many people forecast. And even I called that out. I'm like, a lot of people are calling this out. And like a lot of people are thinking it's coming. And so if it does happen, props to everybody who called that. Because everyone's like, we're probably getting a pull back in Q3 and then it will bounce back. So many people called that. And it's funny when a lot of people predict something's going to happen and it does, that it can kind of just, the masses can will it to happen. So let's see. So anyway, I'm seeing what Uber's seeing. But right, like Uber, I don't know. Uber has no idea of this. Me neither. That's why here's what I'm watching. And I was happy. I don't know if that person who called me out on Twitter is on the stream, but I agree with you. A 5-minute RSI? I can't. Cut it. So marginal analysis, here's what I'm looking at. You can look at it too. Don't draw the wrong conclusion. Don't overweight this stuff. Just take a peek at it and let's watch it together. Let's watch it together. That's kind of blah, 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 blah. So Jordan saying we should bounce up the 50. I don't know about bounce. I'd be okay with it just kind of holding the 50-day. You look at this. So look at this, Jordan. Like it held the 50-day for 2 weeks. Just held it. Not doing anything. Held. So it doesn't have to bounce, but it may be, Jordan, you just have a long-term time horizon. You say it should bounce eventually. That's fair. But I just mean it could do nothing. It could do nothing for 10 days. And that's okay too for my thesis. If it gets to like 12 and to 11, and if we close next week in the 11s, I'd be like, doesn't break everything, but it's annoying. It's annoying, and it could delay things a bit. You know what I mean? Like it's still right within the box, but it kind of breaks what I'm talking about right now, which is on the trend line, higher lows, that stuff's still intact. But if it breaks that stuff kind of breaks down, and then we're in that box again. We got a little bit of a different tone toward the charts. Jorge, that is funny. The only ticker I can find is GME. Also fair. No counter argument. Can't counter. What can I say, Jorge? Oh, so okay, Rob Wolf, talk about price to book. Nice. So many people criticize price to book in recent years. They say it's not relevant, but I actually still like it. But usually, yeah. In fact, if you're looking at price to book, earnings they can be for my types of plays, Rob. usually like the earnings, I don't even pay attention to them, but you just note, keep it real simple. Is it priced below book? Yes. Kind of like it can be bullish. There could be a reason it's priced below book, and there can be risks associated with that. But that's what I'm saying, that with a stock like PBF, it could be that they overcome those. They overcome the risks. But companies with no earnings, any thoughts from me appreciated. Price to book at BSL. I read that price to book. You read that price to book doesn't hold much weight on companies with no earnings, though. So I'll just say that's false. That's false that it doesn't hold much weight. In fact, Rob, it could be that when a company doesn't have positive earnings, price to book is the metric you might lean on a bit more. That it might hold more weight. I don't mean that it's right, and just because it's price below book, even if it has negative earnings, blah blah blah. But I just mean most of the times I'm using price to book, or I'm leaning on price to book, I should say, as something I'm screening for. There's always more analysis you got to do beyond the metrics themselves, right? But it's kind of a screening tool and a risk return type tool. But none of them have earnings, Rob. They're all negative. They all have negative earnings. A book is being chipped away at year over year or quarter over quarter. But the question always is, Rob, can they return to earnings under the right scenario if the industry turns around, if depending on what happens in the energy space with both oil prices or gasoline prices and crude oil prices, right? Because for them, crude oil is the input, gasoline is the output. Sometimes they have a bit of I was inverted. Sometimes they have an inverted performance depending on what crude oil is doing. Then there's not as cleanly correlated with oil prices, but because the oil prices are their inputs, you know what I mean? They can be beneficiaries in a deflationary environment rather than an inflationary environment. You know what I mean? Which is a bit different for some energy plays, but so that's the question. As far as I'm trying. See if I can keep going, but that earnings to book, I don't know where you read that, but I would discount that a bit. It's okay if they still have losses that it trades below price to book. You're just trying to figure out, can they return to positive earnings over time under the right circumstances? Can they stop this declining book value over time, whatever it is that's causing it? Do they have enough resources at their disposal? Is the industry not in permanent decline such that they can bounce back? Blah blah blah, that type of stuff. I don't even look at earnings that much. I don't. I don't. They're important. I'm not saying they're not important, but for the types of plays I'm dealing in, it's almost it kind of detracts from my analysis a bit. Am I going to get yelled at for saying that? Just be like GAAP. I just mean U.S. GAAP reported earnings can be they're just all over the place, and they tend to detract from my analysis. Not detract, that's not the right word. I discount what trailing 12-month earnings are. That's what I should say. Yeah, Jordan saying stock giving management the benefit of the doubt until we know more. I know what I mean. I felt like that for quite a while, and I'm kind of getting tired of it. But they've continued to execute, so I've kind of been like, it's give and take. It's not black and white for me. That's what makes these tough. That gray area. Oh, which slide are you talking about? Well, I only showed management slides, super saucy. This slide is gross, but I want to see. Is it this slide or this slide? Those are both for management. Oh shit. Oh no, I fell behind. Oh shit, I blew it. I was definitely close at one point. All right, I gotta go through quick. Before 10 o'clock. All right, let me go. Oh, Daniel, did you comment on it? Yeah, a number of people. So Daniel said he commented on management not buying in before. Very odd if you think. Exactly. Yep. I'm on board with that. Call generally. Okay, so gas is on that too. Yep. Oh, yeah. Jordan, you sent me those messages, Jordan. I haven't even read through them yet because in light of I was focusing on the GameStop stuff. I forgot about that, but Jordan had been talking about the is it CCJ? We were watching that. Oh, is this daily? It broke out again? Wow. Yeah, uranium seems to be breaking out. Jordan was tracking some of these things, huh? I mean, this is a pretty. Look at this. I don't think they pay a dividend, but let me just check just in case. You might be getting a breakout on that stuff. And it's not just like uranium, it's like energy type stuff. Broadly, it seems to be there could be a rotation happening here. Oh, you. 2 Utes. Oh, this is a uranium play. Ooh, look at that RSI. Oh, this is monthly. I was gonna say, how the hell did that never get oversold? Are you kidding me? Wait, add the money on a uranium 3 times since then. It's the thing for some of these plays. Not to say anything about Camco or this company, but these can be the multi-year turnaround type plays. You know what I mean? So even if they're up a bit, they can keep running, but you'd have a long-term outlook for some of them because that's the nature of cyclicals, where they can just keep on running for a bit, and you kind of just it's kind of like that the natural gas plays that I've been talking about quite a bit on the streams. But now it seems like other ones are coming around too. Oh, okay. So Gats is undecided on the shelf. Okay, score half a one to both sides. Okay, but done with management. Articulate into investors' future. Yep. Social stuff. Yep. I'm gonna scroll through some stuff that I'd like to respond to, but in the interest of getting caught up here. Kind of similar things to that we talked about already, but it may come up again. I'm going to talk about some esports type stuff. This chat right here is what management did. That's what I mean. The chat has had some terrific ideas on a lot of these fronts, and then there were the folks who were picking apart this presentation, going line by line as to the different pathways management could be taking, or some of the things they were executing on, and then tying them back to this presentation. You got banned. Well, my stuff don't even show up there, so I think I might be with you, Gats. I don't know what happened. I didn't even do anything. Like I got rejected before I even did anything on there. Oh, Smash JT made it in. Cheers, Smash. Welcome. Happy Friday. game. Good. These are good ideas. I always like this back and forth about GameStop's future. You know what I mean? Because I have some thoughts, but none of them are high conviction about these, and I'm like open to what could be an optimal path. Blah blah blah. Independent organizer. Yep. Building a gaming Olympics. I could get on board with that. All right, can Super Saucy just be the CEO? Get Super Saucy. We need to judge your tone first. We need to assess your tone. Oh yeah, I know, Jordan. Yeah, can we get on that conference call? Get a board seat? National, so okay, some regional type. Yeah, I like this stuff. The question is, for a lot of these different potential initiatives, is how they the level of free cash flow that can be generated from them, right? That's that long-term type stuff, which we don't have to answer now, right? We can't even blah blah blah. But how can they be monetized down the line? Into what degree? Sponsors, advertisers, yep. Yo, Jorge, what you doing? Jorge, don't put this on me. And then you got Jordan coming at me about Canada, and you sending this ticker like 12 times, Jorge. Come on, huh? Jorge, all right, I got it now. Jorge, it's like it's got 3 days of price action. It's bullish though, huh? But I would. I mean, it looks good, right? It looks good. As you know, I kind of like this tremendous upside potential. But what is this? VG? Oh, what was that? Now I forget what it was, but was this Richard Branson shit? Shell Company. Let me just look. Yep. Okay, that's that one. Yeah, I would say this, not a recommendation, right? Educational channel for my style would be, I don't know what that. I don't know. No, zero conviction with this type of stuff without digging deeper. What I would say is that if you were bullish on, what are they invested in? What are they invested in? Shit. Did they buy anything yet, or is it just a SPAC? Did they do anything yet? But is it space? Is this? It depends on what they're doing, but if you're bullish on a particular space, then this could be a play for that. You know what I mean? But Jorge, I don't know. It's got like 12 days of price action. For chart type stuff, that's not enough for me. I would need. It could be as you know, I know Jorge already knows this because I've said it with a lot of these tickers, is that it could be a bullish fundamental thesis here. I just can't see it from the chart, right? That's why that's the edge of doing the fundamental analysis, in uncovering the story for yourself. I have no story. I'm going for chart, right? And that's always going to be low conviction type stuff. But even for a chart, like when I'm doing fundamental analysis, I want 10 years, 20 years. The more years, the better for doing the analysis. But for a chart, I need more than this even for a chart, I think, for price action, you know? Yeah, Uber's saying they need to refocus the customer and their experience at the forefront. Energy of midnight GameStop releases, joy of pursuing the store and looking at and discussing new games. That has to be reborn digitally. The excitement, that whole, which is a big Ryan Cohen thing with Chewy, right? But it's that people need to be excited and want to shop there. They want to be a Power Up Rewards members, not just because of the financial benefits that they have by doing so, but just enjoying being a part of that. It sounds pie in the sky, but it's really not. Like, and look no further than Chewy. And the big question is, can that be replicated in a GameStop? I think it can. It's tough to say how likely at this point, but like, read all the, check out the pinned tweet on my Twitter talking about how he says a lot of like you want people who are really passionate about gaming and blah, like passionate about any particular product, but that's the type of space that can be ripe for opportunities that he has had success pursuing in the past. He wasn't even going to do pet food, if some of you may know. He's going to do jewelry. He just landed on pet food or pet supplies or whatever the hell he did. Yep. These are good points. Good points. Now it's time to transform. Yep. Here we go. Man to the console cycles 21. Time to learn more. Looks make from that now. Cats. It's not my fault. I fall behind it. It's like 70% of his comments. That's okay, Gats. I know. I'm kind of skipping over because you're asking questions we talked about. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I mean, it's pursuit of truth, baby. Oh, this slide. Oh, man. Well, When it says oh no, the link didn't come through. Super saucy. I'm catching up. Maybe you already got it. GME should give a run on the largest scale on GME CG. So yeah. Okay, I'm catching up. CCG did rip, huh? Keeps on going. With these long-term multi-year plays, there tend to be pullbacks. These things can take weeks and months. All you do is track them. You know, I mean, the tracker spreadsheet I have, that's my strategy, is just tracking, which for many folks is super boring. They think it's not sexy. Who cares? Boring. You just wake up and you just track shit. You don't even do anything, and you just wait. And for these types of plays, if it is what I think it is, I'm not sure yet, Jordan. Still early, as you noted as well. As you noted, they could keep on running for a bit, and then it could be high, and then kind of watch an RSI, and then they settle down and they get pulled back, and then the market just don't happens to sell off to them, and then you just assess: is this long-term trend still intact? Then it's a buying opportunity, and they're rare in the. If it is this type of play, and as you already know, because you said this, you're rare. It's unlikely you're going to miss out on the run up because usually they take years to unfold. Yeah, but it is cranking, right? Man, that is cranking. Even since we were chatting about it. One thing that would be super bullish for me, Jordan, is if there were a political or you know what I mean, like regulatory reasons to be bullish on the space, because that would be big. Is there anything unfolding that would suggest countries are transitioning more and more to that angle? Because that would be crazy bullish for it, because that's kind of been the big overhang, right? Much more efficient and all this other stuff, but perceived risks kind of weighed on the industry. Oh, it's 10 billion for the complete sector. I didn't realize that, Jordan. Thanks for sharing. 10 billion for the whole sector. Wow. Exactly. So okay. 10 to 20% of world electricity, no growth in 10 years. Yep. Talking about politicians and stuff. Oh, there you go, Jordan. Part of the move is based on policies, but you can make big money. That's all I'm saying. Worth it. Okay, there we go. All right, so it is based on policies. I didn't know. That's right, smash. Yeah, rough week, but 'tis but a scratch. 'Tis but a scratch, my friends, right? Anyone see that Monty Python shit? Hey, Leo, I don't know if I said what up. I forget names. Hey, Achilles, welcome back. Happy Friday, mate. 2 months before March. Okay. Have a nice night. Have a good weekend, Rob. Good luck with the PBF as best you can do with the lack of research out there. But that's also the opportunity, something to bear in mind. All right, cheers on the drive. All right, cheers. Have a good weekend, Rob. Chewy trays at 5 times price. Shit, huh? Okay. Majority slay key never ends. That was just the Jorge, peace out. I got caught up just in time to say peace out, Jorge. I look forward to the one ticker. You're going to share one ticker. We have trouble getting it up, but I hope you have a nice weekend. Look forward to the next ones. I hope you have a good weekend, man. And now I'm caught up, so let me just take a quick nap. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. What time is it? 10. Holy shit. I forget. I don't even think I got caught up in the last stream. That was some good research we were all sharing, right? Initial thoughts and all that. I don't think I ever got caught up. Did I? Maybe at the tail end. By the time I got caught up, I think we ended the stream, which was like 3 days later. They announced earnings on it. It's like Thursday the stream ended, you know? Couldn't even get caught up. Yeah, it does. It was crazy. It was good. That was a good turnout. We had some good folks, some good folks sharing all initial thoughts. And that's the thing is, even when I disagree with some of those initial takes, it's still helpful to see, because then I think that maybe it can be, you might infer that other market participants are kind of viewing it that way too. And there's all different types of market participants out there. Not everyone thinks like I do, and so it's like, all right, well, maybe it's not responding to the news like I would expect it to, but maybe people are viewing some things that way or this way or that way or this way. All right, peace out, Jordan. Have a nice weekend. I gotta review. I gotta review the energy space generally. You know what I mean? Have a good weekend. Have a good weekend, eh? Oh, Jordan, I don't mean, it's pretty cold up there these days, but have a game of tennis on me, okay? Just take a couple of swings. Have a good weekend, man. Jorge, you're back? Jorge, we already said farewell, goodbye, adios. How many other ways? I was gonna say bienvenido, but that's welcome, ain't it? Oh, Jorge's back. He has his one final question. Jorge. I'll say, okay, Jorge, I'll play ball today. I'll play ball. Where do I see it next week? I'll give a couple of things, Jorge. I think I said this already, but I'd say if it pulls back to 11 and 20, some of the stuff that I'm saying today is going to change, where it'd be like, all right, it's not quite holding up as strongly as I thought it might. And wouldn't, technicals aren't going to break a bull thesis, but it could change the timing, my outlook, and that stuff. So it could fall back down here, but I actually lean toward for now, Jorge, that we maintain this current trend line for now. We hold this 50-day moving average, and so if I had to say, I'd like to say that we'd stay in that $13 to $14 range, but it's conceivable it bounces off similar to what happened in Q2, and that you can get back to that $15 and $16 range. But as a matter of forecasting from a probabilistic standpoint, I would just say the base case would be $13, $14. You know what I mean? But let's see. I'm very curious. Jorge, this is a very important question because even though I don't know. Oh shit, we didn't do the 8-ball. Jorge, before Jorge leaves, we can do the 8-ball right now, right? We're gonna ask. Oh, we're gonna ask if Ryan Cohen is going to make a move. Nah, make a move. Not the right phrase. Is Ryan Cohen gonna respond in earnest? And however Ryan Cohen responds to this stuff by year end, you know what I mean? Like, are we gonna hear from him officially? Is that the question we're doing? Oh shit! What the hell happened here? Oh, what did Cheyenne say? GME did the FCC. Why wouldn't they Cohen release news to pull the stock? Oh, it's just they haven't issued any shares yet, Cheyenne. It's like an option to issue, and it could be that they do expect the price to rise in the future, based on future announcements. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. They now have the option to issue shares. It's not that it's imminent. If it were imminent and they were hoping to issue shares, or they needed to issue shares or wanted to issue shares this week, then maybe they would have tried to support the price, you know? Yeah, people think that it would have been up. I don't know if I agree with that. Other people have said that too, and this is speculation. Yeah, it's saying how would the stock have been up? Was it up on the initial release? I did see it up just after 4 o'clock, and maybe it was on the Bloomberg or something. I didn't see the news formally released until it was up like over 17 or something. What, there's 8.79 or something, but then it was like 405, and then it dropped back. Besides the point, but I still think that it would have been down even absent the at-the-money offering. And I tilted bullish, and I say that. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. And the reason I said last time, and that's what I still think, is that there wasn't any big news items released that would have changed the long-term bearish outlook on stuff. There wasn't enough sexy stuff that people, and that's why the stock has sold off this whole time. That was my thinking. Oh, Chris Roth is back, baby. Back just in time. What for? I don't know. But shit's about to pop off. It's in the air. You can just feel it. Hey, Spider Cat. Spider Cat. Spider Cat. Let's see what's going on. How could you get banned for... Whoa, I don't disagree with... Whoa, Super Sassy. I know you disagree, but they never will issue shares. No, that's my base case. My base case is they don't issue shares. Is that what you think? Let me keep scrolling. This could be a miscommunication. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Sorry. Forgot about the 8-ball. Okay. Jorge's like, Run, kitty. Run, kitty. Come on. Let's do this shit. That makes a lot of sense. I did. Oh yeah, I saw that after I was hired, but I thought it was before the press release was issued, from what I could tell. But I might not have had that high frequency trading news release type stuff. That's what I was wondering. But indeed, even if it was, it's done. Who cares? I don't care. What matters is like what it did after the fact. I didn't really know that, but I was thinking that at the time, like, whoa, I saw it popping, and I was kind of thinking through this stuff. 71 million, very interesting. Take a rough proxy by number. Oh, Uber. Okay, Uber's out. Uber, have a nice weekend. Thank you for sharing all your DD as always. Okay, here we go. Is Ryan Cohen? Jorge, you think 22? Jorge, I'll take that shit. Is Ryan Cohen going to respond in earnest, for lack of a better phrase, before year end? Before year end. Come on. Keep it nice and vague. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Don't move it. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Shit. I'm the worst at bringing an 8-ball up to the dams. Here we go. Oh, can it help if I put a dark background on? Hold on. Let me do this. We got to get it for the record. This damn light. Ready? No, that didn't help. Oh, what if I'll just stream like this? What if I just stream like this? Hey, here we go. And we'll just do this. Maybe it could be better. Then you don't. I know. Super Saucy, I need to make it flush, but how do I make it flush? How do I make it flush, but then put it at an angle? There we go. Can you see that? Okay, here we go. I feel like it's coming. Damn, this light. It says yes. Okay, here we go. Let me try one more time. One more time, I promise. Here we go. I'm determined. Yeah, do I need a better 8-ball? Is it the camera or the 8-ball? I feel like the light's messing with stuff too. This is the worst I've done. Holy shit. One more. Looks like a yes to me. Chris, if Chris sees yes, that's all I needed. We got one person. We got Chris. Chris is validation enough. There we go. I think we can say yes. Boy, that's bizarre, huh? Usually, there's just a couple of turns I can get it there, but we're gonna just say yes. We're gonna say yes on that. That's a yes. All right, he's responded in earnest by year end. That's good enough for us. We still wonder what that looks like, and also, I mean, one good thing to ask, not the 8-ball. We're clearly having 8-balls having struggles since it's what was the last forecast? 20 before 20 before earnings. Yeah, 8-balls having a rough week. 8-balls having a rough week trying to get over that. But could management announce something before year end? Because I was thinking about that too, and that's why I tweeted that out. Is that don't count them out. I know it's an easy thing to do these days in light of like the market's response to it and how we kind of feel how that conference call went. But it could still be that they have stuff. You know what I mean? I have felt that, and it's already, but we're behind the times, and it could be easy to say, well, then they have nothing or they got nothing to announce or whatever. But they still got to assign a probability to them having something and maybe announce something before year end. What is it now? December 11th. Something to consider. And remember, they did the at the money offering, and many people are poo-pooing it, right? Having immediately adopting a negative vote, like just for the sake of a thought experiment. imagine if it were for a positive thing. Imagine if it was because they did have something in their back pocket that they were. You think they didn't know they were going to announce the Microsoft stuff during Q2 earnings? Hell yeah, they knew they were going to announce that shit. Maybe they didn't know the precise date or anything like that, but they knew and assigned some probability. Am I out of focus right now? I'm out. Peace out, Jorge. Have a nice weekend. Assign some probability to that potential thing that they're not dummies, that it was deliberate. They did know they were going to announce something, and that the stock market might react super bullishly to it. Maybe it's not even a digital partnership or anything like that, but it is a resolution with Ryan Cohen that they had been talking to him, and that something is, there's all these different potential paths, and we can have our base case as to how we want, and a lot of this type of stuff is like it gets to the point of speculation and marginal opinions, but at least consider the other pathways. That's what I'd say. We'll see. What are we saying here? I got a little bit. I'm seeing 20 bucks. Have to read that one. Yeah, Dark Sith. 8-Ball has spoke. Philly Stakes. Philly Stakes was the good luck there, huh? Philly Stakes shows up, kind of wills it to be confirm what we're hoping. Although it is usually a yes we're shooting for, it seems. I wonder what the breakdown is on that on the 8-Ball for how many like yeses or nos there are. Is it like, what the hell kind of is it? I don't know. Digital 8-Balls. Just out of focus. Looks like a yes to me. Yeah, my bad. Spider cat. But this is the screenshot I saw my dad when he asked where I get my stock. I take that as combat. Spider cat, sir, let's go. 8-Ball. Oh, that is funny. That is funny. Oh shit, Chris, you and those Sunny references. No, I don't think I didn't. And on TikTok, I must have I liked some recent like some Sunny clips going through in the algorithm, and now they keep on hitting me with like some random Sunny skits, in particular outtakes. Is that it? Where they're laughing and stuff like that. Anyway, so I've been seeing a lot of those clips recently. But damn, I missed it, Chris. I should have kept an eye out for it because that happened last time too. My bad. I gotta add a little beer to the 8-Ball. Maybe I'll build my own. Could change the mechanics though. I need another beer. We do need is the designated 8-Ball camera. Seriously. Oh, like in Texas Hold, like in the ESPN Texas Hold'em, right? Where you got the what is it, the pocket cam? We'll have like the 8-Ball cam. We'll be like, shh, and I'll just show it like that. That's not a bad idea, Dusty. Yeah, Cheyenne. Sometimes the portfolio is up, sometimes the portfolio down. I shoot for returns that are pretty aggressive. Check out the investing style videos that I uploaded to the channel for like what I'm kind of shooting for. But lumpy returns, generally speaking. But lately, I've been fortunate that it's been doing well. I guess I'll never know. My bad, Chris. Yeah, I do, Gats. I do think that they knew it would drop the price. Yep. It would just seem the likely outcome. Not that they knew. I don't want to. But yeah, an at-the-money offering in a company in GameStop's circumstances would likely drop the price. Compare that to, say, a Tesla. It was green that day, Tesla. $5 billion offering. You think that's why they did it? Nah, Daniel. It's not. Yeah, it's not the short-term price action is not their goal. They rightfully so don't. Let's say hypothetically that the at the money offering was a good thing. They shouldn't care about that short-term price action. I think people are overthinking the short stuff. Just like Elon Musk. Didn't Elon say the stock is overpriced or something? Oh yeah, Chris, you saw that because I think you had commented on it. The gang does technical analysis. I think you commented on that. I should try to look up some more. Yeah. So you're an Always Sunny fan, a Sunny fan. That's great. Yeah, they're great. I don't know if I've seen the latest season actually. I missed a couple of seasons a number of years back. I don't know. There's definitely some that I haven't seen, but some every once in a while, like the early season ones come on. Oh, so classic. Can I offer you a 13D in this? Can I offer you a 13D in this trying time? Just always on the 8 ball. Oh, exactly what you were with the puck cam. Yep, just always on the 8 ball, right? It just sits there until we shake. Sherman is very good at getting share price to drop on earnings calls. Yeah. No, I don't think Justin was on the stream tonight, Chris. Hopefully I didn't miss it, but almost seemed to be. Yeah, I think that's overthinking it, Matt. That it was. Well, maybe not overthinking. I said like it was almost like we expected them to talk some off and they didn't even come kind of close to where I was. So that's why I said that's where I was coming from. It was deliberate. You know what I mean? Where almost like they didn't even make an attempt to do it. I'm like, why wouldn't you even make an attempt? It seemed like a good opportunity to combat that stuff. But like I said, it could be they have other plans, and it's I don't want to say that's too much because I feel like I've been saying that a bit, but at least I would just recommend entertain the possibility that I don't even know what I'm saying. Hey, Veritas, welcome. Cheers, Veritas. Hope you had a good week. Sleep, never saw him. Yeah, that's his Twitter, Adam. Yep. Yeah, back to regular streaming next week, Chris. Hopefully we get some. It'd be good if we get some price action. We might get some price action next week, and the reason it's different this time around than this time. Like this is the last time the stock kind of pulled back, just bounced around for a couple weeks because this was on like no news, nothing was happening. But now the market's still digesting earnings. It's only 3 days in, but yeah, regular days next week, right? There's nothing going. Yeah, next week. And then is the week after the holiday week? I think so. I think that's what it is. Yeah, good. No, they don't. You know, one I saw yesterday, Chris, was hey, Chris, the shorts have to close their position because of the implication that a short squeeze could happen, Chris. A short squeeze could happen, so they have to close at least some of their position because of the implication. I'm not saying a short squeeze is going to happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it could happen. And so they should close some of their position because of the implication. Do you hear what I'm saying, Chris? Oh, you laughing? Yes. Cheers, Chris. That shit came on yesterday. Oh, I was dying. Oh, my God. So ridiculous. Oh. It's kind of sounding like you're saying they need to close their position. I'm not saying they have to close their short position. I'm not saying that they need to buy back in because the long-term secular risks have definitely attenuated and that the company is definitely going to succeed over the long-term future. I'm just saying it could happen. And so they should close because... All right, I guess... Oh, damn. Oh, go for it, Chris. Cheers. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, Oh, damn. Time for Always. I know we could do some more Always Sunny memes. I didn't really dig too much into it. I just, when I was putting this together, I saw the gang. I'm like, oh yeah, this reminds me of Always Sunny. Let me toss that in there. Oh, Veritas. How long have we been trading? That's a good question. I'd say roughly 10 years or so. I'd say Veritas. I know trading. I mean, I consider myself an investor, but I don't know how. Do investors look at 5-minute RSIs? I don't know. To Polygon's point, well, it's indefensible, right? So what I'd say is this, Gat. So Gat says, what possible news is out there outside of Ryan Cohen? And we probably would have said that same thing after the Q2 conference call. I mean, I've been surprised how little we've heard on potential new revenue streams, digital type stuff. All we've really had is the micro stuff. We see the revamping of the omni-channel, and that's legitimate. But besides the Microsoft, I kind of like it's kind of hard to model that long-term potential upside. And I think that's still there. And I think if I do still think it's up there, it seems like there should be other potential announcements to substantiate that belief. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong and they're not there, right? And I'm wrong. I'm overweighting the upside opportunity. That's fair. I can't even disagree with that. But if there is still something there, and that my belief could potentially be validated, maybe they do have something else that they could announce in the next couple of weeks, just like they surprised everyone by that Microsoft announcement. You know what I mean? So I don't have anything specific yet. When I just think about all those different potential revenue streams they could have in the digital environment, Sony Nintendo partnership, boom, some sort of something explicit that leverages their advertising platform. But then at the same time, I'm not even so sure that would be an announcement. It might just be a behind the scenes type thing. I don't know enough about that space. Maybe there would be no formal announcement. They'll just start doing it, kind of like they're doing the sponsored content on their website right now. But I guess I was hoping for my own model's sake that they would announce something. But it seems like there could be opportunity. But yeah, I'm not saying it's a base case or anything, Gats. But my point just being, we start with Microsoft weeks later, and then the question is, why wouldn't they have announced it on the conference call? I don't know. And then, but then the holiday sales readout would be the next one, indeed. And then I don't think you're going to get anything at ICR, just a better story at ICR. And I encourage, if you haven't read the 2020 ICR, I encourage you to check it out. We pulled it up on the stream. I don't have it handy right now, but it's out there. It's on the GameStop website. Another major partnership, yeah. That's what Matt's saying. Yeah. You keep using that word. I'm not sure you know what it means. Just as the implication that it could, yeah. That sounds dark. Maybe stock isn't supply of consoles. Oh, it's your favorite comedy of all time. Sick, Chris. Yep. GME running out of time. Needs Cohen in like yesterday. You deliver an earnings report that drops your share price over 20% in its radios. Oh, what would you expect them to do, Strats, following the 20% decline, you know? When you say the radio silence, like, do you think that they would respond to that, or? As for the running out of time, I mean, Cohen agrees with you, right? That's why he trumpets the urgency of this, and that was my thing, is that was one of like a handful of things that really stuck out to me, because it was one thing I said this at the time. Wait, where does he does say urgency, right? Oh, down here. Is because I didn't know enough to say with confidence, high confidence, that they weren't moving quick enough, but he said it, and I'm like, yeah. But it could be that this is a question. Struts, are they running out of time? The gang shorts GME, yeah. look like shorting GME? What you actually look like? Oh, that's a good one too, Guess. What you think? What you look like shorting GME? What you actually look like? There's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of here. Oh, Chris, you're on Twitter now, right? Do you if you post them? Well, I mean, I check out StockTwits too, but I feel like sometimes I miss the ones on StockTwits. I try to. The good thing about, like I've said this many times, the good thing about StockTwits is how active it is, right? But then it's so active, sometimes I miss stuff. They lose the bar, but Frank was long the entire time and buys it back. Sometimes I come across things. It's hard to turn. It's hard to memify it. You know what I mean? I think what's the proper way? Like some of them are good as video memes, although that's the most work, as Steve Stonk knows, and Snow K there. Some of them are just pictures. Some of them are the sequential pictures. Just yeah, I think Dennis just overly sure of himself. Yeah. Oh, you could probably do with the Dennis one. What's the Golden God? Was it Golden God? Where then he starts screaming and stuff, and you could have it be. There one where he just like starts losing it, like he amps it up as the seasons go on. I am the Golden God, something like that. I can't forget. Gets ridiculous. It loses his shit when it goes up. Yeah, Gats, it could be other teams have responded to high. Exactly, Gats. So we talked about that. Gats saying we want a response from management on the shorts. Other management teams have done that in the past, so we've noted that. Like it's been noteworthy that they haven't said anything about it publicly. They haven't said anything on the conference calls or anything like that. And I thought some management teams do say that, and they have made a point not to. For whatever reason that they have. I'm not even so much criticizing for that. It's just, it's been notable. And Gats is saying he wants a response to the shorts. I'd have to say at this point, I think I do too. I mean, it's about 70. Come on. Once there's more shares outstanding than, once there's more shares short than shares, come on. That's a talking point. That's what I say. How is no one, it seems like this is a bigger story than what is happening on, there seems like there should be more people talking about that and there aren't. Now, especially if the bulls are right. I mean, if the bulls are right and this stock price does continue to run, it will be ridiculous, I think, that this wasn't more of a story, especially the past 6 months. It's kind of like people have just accepted that GameStop is a zero, it's the next blockbuster, and that the shorts are right, so it's not a story. And I just think, but imagine if they're wrong. And then it will look ridiculous. Like, that's what I think. I guess I'll withhold my judgment until more time passes, and we'll see what the stock price does. But and my point being, Gats, is that because it's more of a story, it may be deserving of a response from management to speak out about it. But that's the thing. Let's see if at this point people are it seems as though people are throwing in the towel, Gats, on like, there's nothing going to come of this. There's nothing that's going to close the shorts. And because it's so high, I just keep on dragging my feet on, let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens. And why am I doing that? You might say it's wishful thinking, but it's because that big, huge Q4 is still ahead of us, and because of that, even the short, I think the shorts might be dragging their feet and potentially. It's not even. I'm not even saying close it fully. I just can't believe it's more shorts than shares outstanding. I think maybe the management team it still has a plan on this where they have they're still just working on something. I know everyone's increasingly doubting that, but what I see this price action and people like hyper focused on the 20%. I'm like, do you see this chart is incredibly bullish, and so the market's buying into the turn. The market's buying into it, and people are quick to attribute it to Cohen and stuff. And I think that's it might be a bit too hyper focused on Cohen. I just think so far it's playing out okay, and it's a good thing. It is a good thing that the stock price has risen up as much as it has, even at $13. That is sick. Because it's at $13, the shorts have not even trimmed their position, and still we don't even see like tremendous high we don't see very high analyst price targets yet. We still see price targets in like the $10 to $15 range by and large. You know what I mean? There is tremendous upside opportunity ahead of us, and that's a good thing if it transpires, because the shorts haven't closed yet, and then they might be rushed to close, in which case we'll look back on this as like an incredibly orchestrated thing. You know what I mean? Like, it will be unbelievable. And that's why I'm kind of surprised is how much people are criticizing management, because I see this setup and I think, look at, like, I don't know. Am I just a blind? I feel like it's grounded in reason, but then I see how many people are disagreeing with me, and it causes me to reflect, I guess, a bit of my thinking. I don't know. Anyway, I'm responding to, like, you got saying the response from management, and I just think maybe their response is going to come by way of results in future announcements and all this shit, in which case, you know what I mean? Like, it's much easier for the shorts to close when the price is down here. It gets more painful and more expensive when it's up here, and I think, let me keep reading. Hey, Trey, what's up, Trey? Cheers. Welcome, Trey. Some managements respond to this stuff. I see Dusty. Oh, shit, it just jumped on me. Oh, thank you, Trey. Cheers, Trey. Cheers. Hope you had a good week, man. Oh, shit. Is everything okay, Trey? So it's sad. They have, he'd want to defend against that, but nothing. Yeah, not even anything. And again, but hold on, let me keep scrolling, because I kind of just, well, poor management now. All right, let me just, yeah, I know people are on board with this now, Trey. Yep, 4 more seasons. Oh, is it confirmed, Search One? Is there 4 more seasons? I didn't hear that. Okay, either he is sold. Exactly, Gats. Yes, Gats. That's what and I think it's too soon to say definitively, and it sounds like you agree with this. So Gats saying, he's either not even him, but management generally. I'd include Bell in this as well. They're either so bold they have a plan to crush them, or just to execute, that would cause them to close, right, at higher price point. Like now it gets, like I was saying, it gets painful. That requires him that is in the best interest to remain quiet, or there's no plan. I agree with that. You know what I mean? Like, and I think it's too soon to say one way or the other. Everyone would say the latter at this point. Everyone's on the ladder. I'm just like, look what has happened. Look what has happened. In the short's interest is still where it is. Like, well, this is good. This is good price action. I've even said in the past, like, it was almost ideal price action for someone like me to reassess, and in a 20% decline. And I understand the people's issues with their tone and all that stuff, and you've heard me share similar. I haven't been like their perfect conference calls or anything like that, but it's as it pertains to this short type stuff specifically, because that's what Gaps was talking about. You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of what you just said is kind of what I was talking about. And then you say, okay, could go either way. At least want an acknowledgement. They're at least aware. They're the most sure. I know. I mean, we know they know Gats, but I can understand from an emotional standpoint. Like, can you at least confirm? Can you confirm that you see this? That's why this Cohen stuff is nothing really here, but it's confirmation that he sees. It's confirmation of that, you know? Oh, good. Okay, good. Space Burrito saying, great stock to its post. The combined revenue of Airbnb and DoorDash is less than GME. Yet the combined. Oh, I missed that. Cheers. Thank you for sharing that, Space Burrito. You know what? I like stuff like that. Ridiculous, right? 170 billion. We all know why the discrepancy. We're not crazy, but even still, that's what I mean. GameStop's not. People still shop there. It's bizarre. Yes. Okay. Sucks. 10 years in the future. Yep. Exactly, Gats. Yep. Like I was saying, people will say, how did nobody know? Why wasn't anyone talking about the information was there? Exactly, Gats. And we'll see. Time will tell whether or not people will be asking that. But that's what I'm thinking. Like, there is still remains this opportunity that people are going to be like, what the hell is going on here? How is no one paying attention to this? And we're like, we'll be like, there were streams dedicated to this, but no one cared because they were so stuck in their in their viewpoint on this bearishness because it was everywhere. It was heavy. It was hard to get out from underneath. But we'll see though. It's like I said, too early to say that's what's going to happen. But I assign a probability to that. More popular to look at. Yep. On Q4, okay, gas is agreeing with that. Tax implications, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with your point, Struts. First, and I'd say nobody has dealt with this kind of a bet against him, right, Struts? No one has dealt with 100%. No one has bet. Some people have dealt with heavy short positions, right? I get that part, but like this level of short interest, nobody has. But even still, even if he has even maybe dealt with 30% short interest or whatever it is. But yeah, it's in the market is saying he's out of the league, and the markets know it. The 10-year shorts have doubled. They have no fear. That's right. But the mistake that could be happening there, Struts, is that you think that the shorts are right, or that they have been proven right, or anything like that. And I think wait a couple of months, give it 6 months, and see what happens, because it could be that the groundwork has been laid for a real kick in the ass to the. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just think this looks really good. I get but what I'm getting at, Struts, is that it could be a huge mistake that the shorts have continued to increase their positions. In Cohen and team know it. That's not something I say to bet on. I'm not saying you bet on that as the likely outcome, but I don't know. Do I think Q4 has anything to do with man? Do I think Q4 has the biggest tailwind ever? Nothing to do with them? I'm not sure I follow. Certainly the setup, right? I mean, they had to take tremendous actions leading into Q4. Think of the whole new app, same-day delivery type stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's not so simple to say, does Q4 depend on them? They will have potentially set them up for at least incremental success. I'm not sure I follow the question. I know, Daniel. Yeah, he's saying how the opportunity cost of holding the short so long seems crazier to me than paying the borrow. That's part of the reason I think it's large. It's very large institutional shorts, right? That it's just not that big of a deal. It has to be. I just can't imagine otherwise. That it's just another position for them, Daniel, and that the opportunity cost for such a small position for them is just not that. It's not that big. But indeed, the length that it's been on, and then the borrowing, and their borrowing fee is significantly lower than what you're seeing here. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Don't. As you might know, Daniel, I'm just repeating this, but yeah, their fees are much lower than this. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. Also, remember they have drawn different conclusions from us. They believe they are right in the same way that many of us believe we are right. And so they think even if their fee is 5% or whatever it is, 10%, they don't. Who cares? They know it's going to zero. That's what their analysis suggests. And in that light, it's not that big of a fee. It's not that expensive of a fee. This is the unusual opportunity here. Yeah, I don't know either, Struts. Yeah. I don't know a stock that has done the buyback and shorts have increased over that time. What does that say about the team? Yeah, clearly they are questioning management. And my point is that what if they're incredibly wrong? That's why Barry brought it up. That's why Ryan Cohen's bringing it up. Your point is valid. But as far as the shorts perceptions go, but boy, just imagine if they were so wrong about that, and management knew they were wrong about that. I'm not just assign a probability to it and move on. Don't think about that too much and say this is what's happening. It would just be so messed up that they'd be screwed. Okay, Super Saucy thinks the board's not going to make the annual meeting. Yep. I'm not willing to make a call on that just yet. I guess I want a little bit more info from Cohen and kind of his response to things. And When you say, like, do you mean the whole board? I doubt that. I think some of the board, some of the new members would stick. The two members remaining, they're gone. Like the ones that stuck around from the last vote. I was surprised they still stuck around this vote. And like you said, I could get him the majority he needs for whatever. Do it just two. Okay, Rigo's thinking Ryan Cohen CEO. Certainly the odds of that have dramatically increased. Dramatically increased in the past couple of months. Oh, Trey, there was no issuance of shares, just to be clear. Also, I just think, Trey, I just think that management is being, people are being overcritical of management in light. I'm not saying, that's kind of my stance. That's kind of my stance, is that I think people are being overcritical because of this one quarterly release. And I'm not saying that they're crazy for thinking that. I can even understand it. I just, blah, blah, blah. But Trey, there has been no issuance of shares yet. It was an at-the-money offering that gives them the option to potentially issue shares. Elevator less than $1 billion means nothing to these funds. That's right, exactly, Alex. Are you talking about that it could be large institutions? It's nothing for them. Oh, Super Saucy. I highly doubt their fee is 20% plus. Highly doubt it. Yeah, me too. Photoshop, yeah, I'm with you, Chris. Photoshop's quicker. It's just easier for some of these things. Some things are worthy of a video meme, like the Jerry Maguire scene. I'm like, oh, this could be, show me the tendies, baby. Eventually. Maybe not this week, but show me the tendies eventually. But like that scene, I'm like, ooh. Believe it or not, Chris, I had tried to do it. I was going to do it as one of the, what should I call it? Storyboards, like a storyboard type thing. And I'm like, this is way too many. I can't do it like this. This is ridiculous. So then I'm like, oh, this has to be a video meme. But then other ones, it's just easier to go that path, you know? Oh, okay, look at this. Look at this. Okay, Gats views this as real. So thank you for sharing, Gats. Or no, because I know you came in late, Gats, but a lot of people kind of negative on the price action this week. But Gats says, agrees on the price action. This week has been great for Gats personally. Very positive. That's how I interpret this as well. I don't know about very positive for me. I know Gats, we both want it higher, right? But constructive, healthy. I like to say healthy and constructive. If you're very short-term focused, it sucks. But if you have like my type of style, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's decent. Keep it up, keep it going. Okay, so Spider was buyer stepping in, yep. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Struts, how management can have the opportunity to spend in ways that Cohen wouldn't agree with if he doesn't act sooner rather than later. Yep. Hey, welcome, Ryan. Cheers. Well, what I would say, Ryan, is many of us think that the fair value is much higher than 18, so it could be a waiting game. But for as far as our thesis goes, if it doesn't crack back above that level, then the thesis may have been broken. Okay. Okay, so Daniel's, yep. Yeah, what I would say, Daniel, is that paper losses, right? This is going to be remove GME, but for any ticker, and this is why I feel as though it can be, it's kind of a, I don't want to see a waste. I think people overweight each individual quarterly's performance. Like if all else equal, you want that price to rise, but you know what I mean? Like, it's paper losses. That as long as the thesis is still intact, it will bounce back. And I always call it, like, it's like annoying. It's annoying that happened. It's annoying. And you may know this. Sorry, I'm just kind of running with it because a lot of people kind of suffer on this pullback, myself included. It's like, it's annoying that this has happened. But it would have been way worse for someone like me if my thesis broke on this conference call. And I've had it happen before. I'm like, shit. I'm like, all right, time to, and I got to sell at a loss, something like that. That happens, and it didn't happen here. And that would have been worse because then these aren't just paper losses; these are potentially permanent losses of capital. That's always the risk going into the conference calls, not so much the price action for me. And so I know a lot of people always get geared up for earnings. What's going to happen? What's it going to do? And I kind of just tilt one way or the other, and I hope it goes up. But if it pulls back, I'm mentally prepared for it because it's happened so many times. It's like so much easier to have that viewpoint. It feels really tough to have, not impossible or anything like that. Everyone has their own unique investment style, but it's really emotionally tough to have it all hinge on a quarterly thing like that, and this is the edge of the longer term value investor. It's like an emotional edge. It's an investing edge where you can kind of be a bit more approach an earnings call with a bit more stoicism. You know what I mean? It's like, anyway, I appreciate you sharing, Danielle, because it's like that's good to get to share how you feeling about some of this stuff. Get it out there. But like, this is how I felt this or that, both ways, and even though I say it's healthy and constructive, let's be real. It sucked that it pulled back 20%. I'm with you on that. But when I at the end of the day, you think about how the longer term viewpoint on that type of stuff. It's really how you can keep going. It's how you can keep going. Otherwise, it gets painful. Okay. Talking some trades and stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's what, like Reggie. Reggie's not going anywhere. Chris, I agree. Okay, Ortex has the fee at 18 to 8. That may be super saucy for institutions, but if I recall correctly, isn't Ortex making assumptions themselves? Isn't there? I thought those weren't actually the report. I mean, super saucy. I'm seeing some rates that are much lower than that, even for individual brokerage accounts, if I'm not mistaken. These gigantic, massive institutions aren't paying 18%. I don't think so. I'm not 100% certain, just to be clear. Not an expert on this. I just sharing my view. That's all. Scrolling through. Yep. Yeah, people love Reggie. Yep. His price action was solid. I agree with you. Yes, long term. That's right. That's the key thing. Solid price action, longer term. For now, Gats and I will reassess next week. Yep. And that's why it can be good. So Gats was saying it was good price action for him, right? It was good price action. That's a good position to be in, where you want to be emotionally neutral. Not always. I wasn't so much emotionally neutral going into it. You know what I mean? Like but it's ideal because then if the price pulls back, yes, you're suffering from some paper losses from existing positions, but maybe you've set yourselves up to potentially add in a pullback or blah, blah, blah. So think about how you'll feel on like a 20% pop, a 20% pullback, and like, it's not easy to do. But try to think about how you would feel in that, and then set yourselves up so that no matter which one happens, you're kind of like, all right, that's okay, that's cool. It's tough to do, but this is that whole position sizing, hugely important with this stuff. And so, and I'm happy Gats is sharing that too. Gats is like, yo, this was good for me. I don't know what you're talking about. Long-term price action still intact, and I had an opportunity to add. You know what I mean? Like that's. Thank you for sharing that. Peace out, Chris. Have a nice weekend. Have a nice weekend again, Chris. Good luck with the memes. Yep, thesis kind of pushed back or stalled or delayed a little bit, Alex. On the other hand, any announcement, even if not likely, could kick things back into motion because I continue to believe a big part of why the stock price hasn't really got bid up even more is because of sentiment. I mean, sentiment is a fickle, it's fickle, and it can turn pretty quickly. You don't need to see Q4 performance, Q1 performance, Q2 performance. You need something that gets people to buy into the GameStop thesis. And that could be any number of things that could accelerate. Blah, 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 blah. I know, right, Gats? Yeah. It happened exactly as so many people predicted. Even I was skeptical. I'm like, damn, everyone's kind of predicting this type of thing. I'm like, what if it doesn't? What if it doesn't do it? And then it did. It did exactly right. I think, and now everyone's, no, well, some people are surprised by it, right? But even I'm like, again, I tilted bullish. And I was like, yep, everyone kind of thought that was going to happen. Every single damn quarter, it did the same thing. Let's see what happens from here on out. Yeah, the shelf was the difference, yep. Not so much that the stock is down. All right, that's okay, Daniel. So, I mean, and hey, this every type of thing when I'm really dialed into a thing is an educational opportunity for me as well. So Daniel's saying, I just wish I traded it. That's next time. You know what I mean? Next time. As long as you, not so much that the stock is down. Oh, that's good though. Not so much that the stock is down. That's a good mindset to have because that shit happens, especially with stocks like this. It would have been nice if it was up 20%. That could have happened. But indeed, I mean, if trading is what you're pursuing, yep. The thesis could have played out fast with them. Serious. Yeah, it could have, Trey. In Trey, I'm surprised it has taken as long as it did as far as the timing of the thesis unfolding. I do have to wonder if it could have moved quicker under different circumstances, not just management team wise, but also situation wise. Like I wonder how COVID impacted a change in thesis. The November sales. Yeah, the November sales was, I thought about that too. Good. Okay. Shelf didn't bother Alex. Okay, Alex. I'm happy to hear that too because many other people took the other perspective. Sherman's involved still. Okay, so yeah, Trey's okay. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, there can be conflict between existing management teams, existing boards, activist investors. Yeah, and it's tough to do. So Gats says if you walk through the psychology of your action beforehand and make plays based on your comfort level through what ifs, you won't be disappointed. Here's a big thing to be to bear in mind with each of these plays, these quarterly plays, which I don't even do. I rarely do quarterly plays. Like I'm not playing a quarters. And also, what I would say is, if you're holding a position, right, no matter what it does, you kind of think through how you're going to position yourself, blah blah blah. But just remember, whatever you land on, and whether or not it works out against you, it is one of hundreds or perhaps thousands of plays that you will make over your long-term career. In that light, you don't want it to weigh on you too much. It's an educational opportunity. Every single one is an opportunity to learn and be like, shit, I positioned myself this way. I positioned myself that way. I wasn't neutral enough. I wish I traded it more, like Daniel's saying. But always remember, it is one of hundreds or thousands that you will make. And then it's only then that these probabilities will start to manifest, you right? Because you could play a quarterly earnings readout, right? And you could have a 90% chance that you will be right. And then the 10% chance happens and you look like a damn idiot. And then you're like, shit, I really messed this up. But it was a good play. And you can't knock yourself out about it, right? Because you made the right move. There was a 90% chance of success and it didn't work out. That's no big deal. But you will only see that. That will only manifest by making tons and tons of small bets over time. You can't see it with 1 or 2 or 5 bets. So obviously, that takes time to make that number of bets and to have that number of educational experiences. But you can have the mindset going into it beforehand. Have that mindset that you're going to continue to make these over and over again. You're going to do the research. You're going to do the analysis. Set yourself for success. Try to go into it. I don't want to recommend that you go into a neutral. I'm not recommending that. I'm just saying that's just one potential pathway you could take. And bear in mind that it's one of many, many bets you will make. And that's a really good, healthy mindset to have for these types of things. Because it comes down to probabilities, right? But those probabilities, those long-term probabilities will only manifest in time. So you don't want to psychologically overweight any one of these. This isn't directed at anyone in particular. I'm kind of running with what Gats was saying here, is that is how to view that. So I sometimes I see people talk. I'm like, oh, you might have placed too much emphasis on this particular one, and again, this one, my tilt's worked against me so far going into this quarterly earnings. But this is why I tend not to do it. I'm not particularly good at this stuff. Although Q2 worked out. Let's see where it ends next week. I'd feel pretty comfortable if the stock price were to like bounce next week and we're like cracking 17 or something. That would be sick. Shouldn't be the base case or anything like that, but at least it would validate my bullish tilt. But this is difficult stuff. I don't even have high conviction in my takes on this. So anyway, I'm just speaking generally about that because it's just really difficult to do, and you don't want to set yourself up for failure by pursuing bets that are really difficult. You know what I mean? Set yourself for high where you have a high win rate, and the high win rates, in my experience, come from the longer term type plays, right? Because the market struggles with those types of things. The market struggles with optionality. It struggles with time scales and so time frames or whatever you want to call it. That's an opportunity for you. They struggle with companies that are like battling short-term headwinds. Like the market struggles with that, and that's because that's human nature. Humans struggle with that. It's in our human nature to just cut and run and get out of there. Save yourself. And so if you're willing to step into that, blah, blah, you know what I mean? I'm just saying like that win rate. Set yourself up for success over the long-term future, not for each year. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I see a lot of people talk about that stuff, so I just wanted to share that. Okay, talking cyberpunk and all that. Oh, Dusty's playing the game right now and on the stream. Cheers, Dusty. All right, doing both at the same time. That's sick. Oh, picked up the headset from GME. Nice. And listen to the game chat saying, hopefully we're not distracting Dusty at all. Beep beep boop boop boop. Dusty will hear me doing the beep beep boop boop, and he thinks it's someone creeping up on him in the game. You know what I mean? Beep 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 boop boop. Yep, that's right, Gats. I agree with this. This is my thinking too. And Gats says, wait, I'll have to hold off. Christmas, but itching to buy it. No, because Gats says there is a possibility that Sherman and team know exactly what they are doing with regard to shorts and are speaking softly while crafting a big stick. Can't invest based on it though, since we can't know. Cheers. Exactly right. Precisely right. The one thing I'd say is that I have been working under this assumption this whole time, Gats, just because of the ridiculous situation, right? It's absurd. Obviously, the management team knows what's going on. It's notable. They're not talking about it too much. As time passes and nothing comes to, I discount that probability, but it is still very real for me. And whereas everyone else has kind of tossed it out the window, or they, you know what I mean? Like but that's right. You can't bet on that type of stuff or whatever, but you can't rule it out. What do you think? They're not oblivious. And but as time passes, and now we're in Q3 and we're in Q4, we're like almost in 2021, but maybe it could be they're just biding their time. Like I said, this is a difficult setup. It may even increase the chances of something screwy happening because now the price is up 4x and it happened quickly, but then the shorts didn't close. So I don't know. But Gets, I think many people aren't really running with that right now, and I can't say I blame them. But I think it's a mistake to assign a 0% probability to that. Oh, okay. Oh, damn. Okay. Alex took it, but pleased with the way you played it. Yep. I agree, Gats. Yeah, so Gats is describing it as a fascinating edge case in market dynamics. Indeed, it is. And it will be especially good if it works out in a big way. You know what I mean? Then it will feel like a lot of our efforts will be worthwhile. But nevertheless, no matter what happens, it is a fascinating edge case in market dynamics. Cheers to that. That's a good, I like that phrase. Fundamental, never setting up for a Q3 squeeze. And remember, betting on squeeze, very dangerous stuff. It's really difficult to bet on that type of stuff. It's a fundamentally undervalued company. Should do well in the console earnings, get a better valuation after Q4 and avoiding. I think this run-up has been partly just people buying into the fact GameStop isn't going bankrupt. But indeed, if they continue to execute on this stuff, it should get value wins out. That's why there's no debate on certain things. Value will win out. If the company's going to let's say the company's going to generate hypothetically $1 billion in free cash flow over the next 5 years or something like that, the market will reflect that. Make no mistake. I'm just saying discounted free. You got to discount it and all that blah blah blah. But I'm just saying the market will discount. Like people will, if there's a huge discrepancy, folks step in. Oh shit. Oh man, Alex, you don't hold through earnings, huh? Wow. I know many people do that. It seems super tough to me. You know what I mean? For my style, I think, it's tough for me to trade in and out of earnings and stuff. I know a lot of people do it. And there could be many people out there who are successful. You know what I mean? I just think it's just tough. That's right. Squeeze is incredibly hard. A persistent possibility, but very dangerous to play because it's so difficult to forecast. And remember, if you want to play the squeeze on, well, that's the thing. The variables have changed a bit. I was going to say, the short interest has been elevated, and the borrowing fee has been elevated for the whole damn year. So what is actually going to kick things off? You know what I mean? But indeed, the odds of that have been increasing because what's been transpiring. But even still, it's just so tough. And then it's painful because then you give up on it, right? And then it happens. That's why you just gotta be mellow, man. You just gotta be like, that's cool. Did it happen this week? It didn't happen that week? Whatever. It could happen next week, though. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only way because you drive yourself crazy. Because I have in the past. Not about squeezes so much, but... the stream is the priority, Dusty. Cheers. I'll take a digital bullet for good DD anytime. Oh, that is great. Wait, what about the short squeeze? Ryan Cohen said what? There you go. Damn, Spider Cat been watching for 3 years. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, you got Spider Cat inured to the suffering, inured to the pains. You just get used to it. Like, I mentioned that when I was putting those GameStop videos together. I'm like, you probably need a beer to get to this position. Wouldn't you know, after every damn earnings release since then, even the 2 since then, still continues to sell off. It's like the only way. Just kidding, just kidding. Okay, other positions. Oh, squeeze console editions will be sick. Okay, super saucy. I'm about to be out too. You have a nice night and a nice weekend, super saucy. It's Alex, yeah. It's super easy to sell too early or too late. Seems I'm gonna be good. Yeah, that's always the way it works. What I've done before too is that you may have an opinion one way or the other, and then you may place that same bet across like 10 different stocks or whatever. Some will work out in your favor, some won't, and then you can kind of reassess and kind of. Well, that's not. I'm not recommending you do that. I've never even done that, but I just mean you may take a certain. Like in March and April, I was doing different types of things and stuff, and I was like, well, what did work, what didn't work? Because when you spread it across, some will work and some won't work, and then you kind of assess what worked, what didn't work. But it doesn't. It always seems like it goes against you, does it? Sorry. Oh shit! I have to respond to that. Right, Dusty. Yeah, hop back in. Yeah, I mean, as you know, Gas. I remember we talk about Chris Davis's background and stuff. I didn't. Like I said, he has such a broad, diverse background as far as I could tell, and he has assisted activist investors in a number of ways. It's hard to say specifically what his focus is for GameStop and Ryan Cohen. You know what I mean? It's hard for me to pinpoint what the intention here is because of his diverse skill set. I've read about it, and unless you feel differently for some reason, Gats. Squeeze GME. The G is silent. The D is silent. Movie. I know. When Alex, tell us when you have exited your position because then we'll all gotta load up. Just kidding. That's how it feels though. Yeah, same thing for me, Gats. I'm always holding through. I'm rarely. Oh no, that's not true. I mean, I have. Don't make no mistake. But usually, when I'm in a position, I'm holding through earnings. For better or worse, and I'll trim based on the technicals usually, or sell based on the technicals. Not always. Sometimes it's just portfolio management decisions. Doesn't matter what the technicals are. I'm trimming or adding. Blah blah blah. Oh, okay. So you feel the same way about that, Gats, too. You know what I mean? About GME specifically. You know, because he's clearly a G. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know how. But I tend to think his intense work in locking down board seats specifically leads a certain direction. Okay. Oh, and what is that? That most of his work with activists leads somewhere, and for me and us, it leads somewhere that may require a share recall. Okay, I appreciate that, and that may be even if that's it, that's okay with me. That you think that it's you don't know exactly what unfolds from here on out, but a share recall seems likely in your mind. That's good enough for me. I appreciate you sharing that. I did see his helping out the activist earlier this year, who they did secure some board seats, or replace the whole board. Right? I mean, that was. Yeah, guy does seem legit. Hope for the recall again. How certain are you the impact a recall would have on the stock price? Everyone's so confident, and I'm like, you think the shorts aren't aware? That's what I think it's going to. Holding my shares and then even on my. Okay. That was sure. The G is silent. The G is silent. Squeeze GME. Oh, shit, I missed that. Yeah. Has a share recall ever caused a squeeze before? Yeah, great question, Space Burrito, huh? Anyone got any. You know what I mean? Like everyone kind of be, oh, share recall, then this is what's going to happen. And I think, I don't know about that. Could just depend on the circumstances. Yeah, a lot of different pathways. Oh shit! Midnight. We made it up. We made it 5 hours. Oh shit! I got a little bit of an echo when I talk into that. Yo 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 yo, Roaring Kitty in the house. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, I know that these past squeezes, different types of setups. You know what I mean? That wasn't that a merger of sorts? Yeah, I don't know. This is what I say. I don't know. I can't even provide advice on this because I don't know. It's such an important part of other people's thesis, and I'm like, I don't even know. It'd be nice. I hope some of this stuff happens, but I don't know. All right, I think I'm gonna bounce. I think I'm gonna bounce. Oh, it wasn't. I thought he was. I thought he. What was he doing? Oh yeah. Let me just see. What was that story? Wasn't it like a reverse merger or something? Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, he bought a tremendous amount of the stock. That was it. Yeah, he bought a tremendous amount. Yeah, but he. What is that it? Was it? Was it? I thought there was more to it than that. Was a rush to the door? And how? My question. Yeah. Yeah, like he had all the shit. I guess that's my point. That's my thing, Gats, is that he had them all. But how? What are the implications? And he had them all, and then there's nothing. He's not selling. There's nothing. He's got a tight grip on those. But if it's spread across, and this is kind of similar to the VW one as well, where it's in one. it's in. They're all in one shareholders' coffers, you know. But if it's spread across a whole number of folks, I wonder. I've been thinking that reduces the chances of some craziness, but I don't know. I was thinking that too, Dusty. Right? Did we mention that in a stream recently? We would think because it came up during the holidays. We were wondering if the Thanksgiving type stuff, but that would be, but even a Christmas one too. Yeah, that's the thing, Gats. And I don't know. I don't know what the implications are, but for in my mind, it's like different. When it's just one person being like, kind of like forcing it down everyone's throat, versus multiple. Yeah, I don't know. Because then even, I don't know. Let's hope. Take a squeeze. Quick run up, and then they can, and then they'll issue. That's the thing. Watch everyone, Gats. Watch everyone's opinion of that at the money offering change on a quick run up to 30, and they execute and they raise 100 million at a third. What's that at a $30 stock price? What's that? 3 million shares, 4 million shares. Let's see who's let's see who's like, oh, that's a dumb move. That's right. It's in one shareholder, right? That's what Space Burrito's saying too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what Alex is saying, like, I don't know if they all would just suddenly call him back, but I don't know. And really, that they keep on maintaining such a high level makes me think that they're not suicidal, you know. And they're sophisticated. Exactly, Gets. Yeah. I can imagine. Just a quick run up, and then they issue. Everyone will change their minds in the at the money offering. But indeed, and to Dusty's point, don't rule it out, Dusty. Not that you are. You just toss it out there, and I like that. Matt, things are going to quiet down maybe around holidays and stuff, and something crazy goes off. You probably want to avoid litigation and all that. You don't want to do something too crazy or anything like that. It's just not worth the headache to have to deal with something. But yeah, I'm off. Okay, Gats off. Great points tonight, all Gats. We'll see you around. Gats, we'll see you around places where you're not banned. Hey, Gats, can you stop getting banned everywhere you go? It's like you go into these bars and you just start hooting and hollering, throwing your shirt around and everything like that. Just don't get banned, and then we can communicate with you on these other things. You know what I mean? Have a nice night, Gats. Have a nice weekend. I'm gonna Dusty. You have a nice weekend too. It's been great. We've been able to stream with you while you game. Alex, you have a nice weekend. Great points. Daniel, won't take every institute. It might not, Daniel. You have a nice weekend, Daniel. They can't handle your over-the-top politeness. Gats, you need to drop it down a couple of notches if you want to communicate on these platforms. You know what I mean? We don't need... You need to get down and dirty. Get down and dirty, baby. Space Burrito, nice to have you back. You have a nice weekend. Struts, peace out, Struts. Cheers. Dither, you have a nice weekend. Just scrolling up, seeing what else we got. Oh, it's just like the group of us in this later hour. Super Saucy pieced it already. Adios. Farewell. Trey. Peace out, Trey. Oh, I think that... Wow, it's just been us. Is it just been us for a couple of hours? I guess it has. Oh, and Chris already pieced it too. All right, and then everyone... Peace out to everyone else if I missed you. Oh, we got more people. I see peace out to everyone else on the stream. I see you on there. I was just scrolling through the chat. Oh, Drasky, adios. Have a nice night and a good weekend. Search 1, peace out. Search still there. Have a nice night, the rest of your Friday night, of course. Just getting started. Oh, you might replay your sleeping in. Oh, let me get that. Yeah, let me see. Maybe I'll do a different. I can always forget which one I did last. I think I did 4. I think 3. I'll do 2 tonight. I'll do 2. I mean 2 this 4. I'm doing number 2. I always forget. Night weekend mall. Oh, Tim's still here too. Peace out, Tim. You have a nice weekend too. All right, let's get some sleeping kitties up and running. Here we go. Okay. All right, and then as far as we'll just watch the price action on Monday, and then we'll stream next week too. But that'll be to see where things pick up as market digest stuff, and maybe if people are writing about GameStop this weekend. But other than that, eyes on the price action. All right, everyone have a nice weekend. Cheers, peace out, adios, peace.